Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday. It's starting to look a little bit more like spring up here, and I am once again joined by the marvelous antipoder, Mark Reed, who is just starting to move into autumn-ish season. How are you?
Hmm. Yeah, very well. And greetings from the world of the future, where it is Sunday. And yeah, it's good. Doing very well. I've been very busy, keeping me out of trouble. And yeah, it's actually been a lot of fun. Yeah, how are you?
Oh, so did I. Um, just did my youngest's birthday. It's actually an early birthday because my oldest is in town for spring break and they've got to go back to college, so we did the birthday early. We're actually 10 days early. But she's gonna
Hmm.
be 18 in 10 days. Holy crap.
Yeah.
It's an oof, but it's cool. I mean, eh, success as a parent is making sure your children survive to adulthood, so mission accomplished.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. It's interesting though, like you're sort of, learning to drive about that age and having to, well, being able to vote and be an adult at that stage. It's, I guess it isn't as exciting when you're that age. It's kind of, but it's exciting now looking back on it, I guess.
Yeah, she's been trying to get her learner's permit for driving, and she's been a little bit grumpy because she hasn't been able to get an adult to go with her
Mhm.
during hours when the motor vehicles is open because
The
everybody's got to
BMV, I
work
believe
all
it
the
is.
time. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, good news. In 10 days, you don't need a parent or guardian to sign with you. You can just do it.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, she's excited about that. She's also pretty thrilled about college stuff. She applied to a local college to try to save money, but then she also found one college she really likes, and just for the hell of it, she applied. Not only did she get accepted, but she got offered a scholarship that would cover all but a couple of thousand of her tuition. I'm
Mhm.
like, well, do it, duh.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Like, if you're offered help in this life, it just, take it. Don't be too proud to take help. Life's too hard to,
Mm.
when you're offered help, sure, you know, show gratitude, but definitely take any help you get. No,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm on
literally.
board with that.
It's such a slogan. I tattooed it. Take what you can.
Oh, okay. Is your other one like a pirate slogan, like "Give nothing back" kind of thing?
Not yet. It's still blank. I haven't
Okay,
had
all right.
both the time and the money at the same time to go get
I
it done.
think that was
But it's gonna
Pirates
be
of the
try not to die.
Caribbean.
This
Okay,
this
well,
one,
that's
yes. It was from Pirates, but this one's gonna be
yeah,
try not to
okay.
die.
Mhm. Nice.
Yeah. Take what you can, try not to die. Speaking of dying, we're doing part two of the debate review with Christopher Hitchens and David Wolpe, the rabbi,
Mhm.
and a couple of friends about the afterlife. And here they are.
Yes.
Part one, of
Which
course,
isn't
is
a
linked in the
common
description.
topic. It's
Yeah.
not a common topic for some reason. I think that it is a topic that gets touched on in a lot of God debates, especially ones that Hitchens is involved in, but it's not something that comes up. And the first part was kind of, I was mentioning in chat, the first part was kind of odd. Like it wasn't so much like the two theists, like, I mean, you've got Hitchens, of course, he makes a sort of a very moral statement on the sort of immorality of promising people something after a life that you can't, give them, and detracts from their life and living, and sort of is contemptible in a way, as Hitchens usually does. Sam Harris was kind of, well, we know all about the brain, and there's nowhere for a soul, and sort of nobody has, death doesn't seem to be something that provides a continuation for anybody, and is very scientific about it. But the two theists, one sort of, well, pragmatism, it makes me feel better. And the last guy, this guy, what was his name? Shavit? I don't know what
Yeah.
his argument was. Well, I still don't know what his argument was. it was kind of this really, really um, sort of non sequitur into um, just random stuff and random anecdotes kind of thing.
Y- yeah, I don't recall anything particularly salient or coherent. Maybe he'll elucidate a little bit, since it's his turn to speak next, but I don't know. Um, However, speaking of things that I need to remember, um, as I've mentioned before, YouTube gives us creators a certain amount of free memberships we can give away um, per
You're
month.
not giving away freebies, are you?
I sure am.
Woohoo! Do I get one? Woo! Okay, bam.
Let's see. Native Atheist,
Oh,
Wolfos, Your Victoria, Unapologetically Chrissy, and Rochelle. Congratulations. Yay. And enjoy custom emojis, all that fun stuff. Um, I'll save the other 5 for later in the month. Hopefully I don't forget, but yeah, that'll trying to boost some viewership on these videos. So,
yeah,
it's good
yeah, for
stuff.
sure.
Yeah.
Wow, I was spun out. Robin the other day. She brought up somebody's name. Who was it? I can't remember who it was, but she brought up somebody's name, then did one super chat and hit that person exactly. Like she called her shot and then hit them. I don't know what that woman does to the algorithm, but like I
She's
think
got a
I'm
hack.
well, she said she used to like believe in witchery and magic and stuff like that. She's
That's
starting to
true.
convince me, even though she says she doesn't believe anymore. I think she's running some kind of black witchcraft on the back end over at Google somehow because nobody is that lucky. It's
Or if they are, they should be playing the dang lottery.
oh yeah, absolutely. Well, it just seems to apply to super chat memberships. Basically, that's the only time I've ever seen it work. I don't know if she has the lottery numbers. Give them here. That'd be great. Be fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so let's dig in, I suppose, and see what Rabbi Shavit here has to say, and go from there.
Yep.
Wee.
Look, you talk about being at a cafeteria, and it does feel to me like we're using a stacked deck. So, what religion says in the second century is grist for the mill, and what science said in the second century is, of course, outmoded. And
Oh, I see. He's complaining about the double standard, how, science was so wrong in the second century, so why should it get a pass just because it's updated and been changed? And
Right.
religion still has to answer for what was said in the second century. Well, it's because religion is still saying the same thing it said in the second
Yeah.
century.
Yeah. And we've updated the entire methodology since then. Um, and this is something I've been thinking about actually, how people say, well, science and religion are not incompatible. And I kind of agree, religious people can be scientists. It's not incompatible. However, what I think is incompatible is science and apologetics. Um,
Mm,
because science sort of starts with what we observe and goes to what is causing those phenomena we observe, whereas apologetics starts with the answer and then tries to find ways to account for the things we observe in that predetermined worldview kind of thing. So I think that um, the entire methodology of science has been really fine-tuned and honed and sharpened, whereas um, what religion seems to have done is come up with ways to excuse their failings. It hasn't been honed into anything like science has.
yeah, it's sharpened the thought stopping techniques and things. Uncle
Hmm.
Bobby from Gin and Truth, whom we hope comes back to YouTube soon because he's awesome. Um,
Hmm.
he frequently would say that apologetics is the hallmark of a shitty person. It's not that it makes you a shitty person. It's that to go into apologetics, to see behind the curtain, see that they're all lies, all deceptions, all trickery, and still choose to do that as a career means you were already a shitty person.
Well, are all apologists shitty people? I don't think that's true. I think they have a methodology which does not get them to truth. And you're absolutely right. There's almost like there's got to be a ton of sort of grifter apologists out there who are doing it because it helps them get asses in pews, basically. Like I don't doubt that.
Buy my
Um,
DVDs.
Buy my DVDs, right? Oh God, I promised to get Mark Hovend out again for Easter. I don't know why I listen to my chat. They are terrible for my entire life, but I love them. I both love and I have a love-hate relationship with my chat. Anyway, but I think there's people out there who really they just they attach to this methodology and they think it works, and it doesn't. And this kind of methodology you would use never use it anywhere else in your life. Like you would not sort of cross the road by thinking, okay, well, I'm going to determine whether there's traffic first and then account for all of the sounds I hear and what I see to fit in with my pre-belief of whether there's traffic coming on. That would never work, or it would work very briefly. But it just seems like this is sort of when you get to something you don't want to admit you don't have evidence for, this is what you do. And it seems to apply to a lot of different things like pseudoscience and superstition and sort of these sort of areas that we don't have a lot of evidence for, scientific evidence for.
Yeah, we don't particularly worry about whether we're pissing off gods we've never heard of. I don't know. It's a weird double standard.
I haven't worried about Zeus for a whole day and a half,
Well, therein lies your mistake. I don't know.
What would Zeus do?
So chronologically, there's this monolith called religion, and then science is only responsible for right now. But even right now, there are credible physicists who are teaching in universities who teach this theory of multiverse, and there are people like Sean Carroll.
There is one credible physicist who posits the hypothesis of multiverse.
Yeah.
It's not a theory until there's something to demonstrate it might actually be
right.
true.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. He doesn't teach it as theory. He doesn't teach a theory of multiverse. No, we teach a theory of gravity. We teach a germ theory. We teach all of it. No, we introduce students to the hypothesis, but we don't teach them that as theory. Like, come on now.
Yeah.
At Cal Poly who say that's not science. You can't prove it. You can't disprove it. So that's nonsense masquerading as science. You can't prove or disprove dark matter or dark energy, but it does.
What?
Dark matter and dark energy are placeholder terms for phenomena that we know from experimentation and observation exist. Yeah. We just don't know what the source is. So we put placeholder terms on those phenomena. Correct. For fuck's sake. If you're gonna trash talk science, at least know what the fuck you're talking about first.
I don't know
why any theist, like the amount of theists that do that is just incredible. Like, come on now.
And I don't think these guys in particular have bad faith. Like they're just arguing the way they learned to argue from their predecessors and so on and so forth. But the problem is when people see arguments like this, it leads to people who are bad faith actors using the same sorts of trigger words in order to trick and deceive and propagandize to an audience who isn't really up to snuff on their critical thinking. Like Kaya Raychek, she says some very similar things, even while making an ass of herself and doing the dumb, and yet she has a huge audience because people are trained to respond to incoherent nonsense like this as if it were deep thought.
Who was that?
Chaya the stochastic terrorist in charge of the Libs of TikTok account, who is on the
Oh, I
Oklahoma
don't know
school
who that
board.
is.
Yeah,
Oh, shocker.
she's an awful human being.
Mhm.
Right? You can't get quantum gravity to fit with relativity, but they work in their own. So the challenge here is
Yet we're working on that. In
We,
fact,
we haven't found a unified theory, therefore God?
you
Or
know,
therefore,
little Jesus
what's this got
particles.
to do with the afterlife anyway?
Jesus
I
pops up.
don't.
Well, these guys are Jewish, so I guess it would just be Yahweh, but whatever.
Yeah.
God particles, you know. It's oh,
Yeah.
it's incredible. But in fact, we actually are making progress on that. There's I believe he's an Australian physicist, in fact, named Kerr, released a paper a couple of months back. Grayson was excited about it as well.
Mhm.
His new set of equations indicates that there may be no such thing as a non-rotating singularity. There's a whole bunch of implications, but the TLDR is that if his formulas hold up, it may have the key to reconciling gravity, general relativity,
Mhm.
with quantum theory. We may be
Oof.
able to do that it's visible within our headlights, is what I'm saying.
Grand unified theory would be insanely. That would like springboard us up to understanding so much about the universe.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it will be found. Maybe it won't. Like this is the thing. Like we can't. We're prepared to admit what we don't know and say, hey, this is a theory, this is what we've worked out, and this is a hypothesis. You're basically pointing at the things that we acknowledge that we don't know and saying, well, you guys don't know about this, therefore we get to believe in God. Yeah, but we're hypothesizing, we're not claiming to know about them.
Yeah, you're missing one piece in your model. Therefore, the model is incomplete. Therefore, my entirely made up solution that bears no resemblance to experimental reality must be true. It's crazy sauce, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
it's a violation, I think, of accuracy to claim that what science does is only affirm what is verifiable or falsifiable. Much of science does that, and it's a very important corrective tool, as I believe it is in most religion today, which is...
Is religion correct when there's new scientific discoveries?
I think it does, but it is the last to fall into like. I mean, you just take the Vatican and the Catholic Church, for instance. They had to be dragged kicking and screaming into the 21st century. Like, really, it really was. They resisted the whole way through, and they're starting to change that, and they're still resisting. Like they accept gay people, but they don't accept trans people. And it's like they're never at the forefront of thought that analyze and tell us what we need to know about reality. They're never at the forefront. It's interesting because you get all of these people like standing for truth and people like that who go, oh, this paper says this and this paper says that, and it confirms a god and all this stuff. Creationists aren't in there doing the papers and doing the research. It's the scientists doing it. If religion could come up with a track record like science could for discovering things about our reality, then I would pay it more serious attention. But it doesn't, because it doesn't have the methodology to do so.
Yeah, we have yet to get a single prediction from any religious text that turns out to be the truth. Whenever we discover something, it's usually
Mhm.
the opposite of what insert your favorite holy book has to say. But, you know. Come on, you can do it. Come on.
Don't fail us.
It doesn't wanna. Well, let's
Uh-oh.
see if I can, like, reset it without losing our place here. Okay, I can bigify the window a little bit. That's handy. Let's go back a few seconds.
What is verifiable or falsifiable? Much of science does that, and it's a very important corrective tool, as I believe it is in most religion today, which is you make a claim, you put it out there, you argue about it, you debate it. But it's not as though these are in opposite camps. So the last thing I want to just state a dissent from.
Oh, he went past that very fast. He went past that very, very fast, because you're like, you can discuss unfalsifiable things, sure, but you're claiming this thing is true, that there is an afterlife. How do you falsify that? Like, you can discuss it, but you're sort of like, are you in the wrong debate? You're on the affirmative that there is an afterlife.
Yeah, like, I mean, the first misapprehension, I think, is that he sees discussing and debating and considering as the same thing as observing and testing and measuring. They're not.
Mm.
But then there's also like, okay, you want to debate and discuss and philosophize. Cool. What's your argument for the thing you're supposed to be defending here? I don't know.
Believe that is that religion lost because science won, because many of the people who have given us the Enlightenment and science were themselves motivated by a desire to read God's text, which is the world. So is there a lot of nonsense?
And a lot of people were not, but whatever.
Well, yeah. And I mean, even if you do say, hey, a lot of them were religious, a lot of them were deists, not really theists kind of thing, not really believing in a God that interferes with the world. And yeah, he's partially correct, but the whole principle of the scientific method is that you can't use supernatural things. So yeah, it kind of was, and a lot of it stemmed from the Reformation, between the schism between Catholics and Protestants, where the Catholics used to sort of hold this knowledge to themselves, and you had to be with the church and you couldn't investigate for yourself, kind of thing. It just had an authority, whereas the schism opened up the way to questioning what the church was saying. And so a lot of the thinkers were like, well, we're not going to accept the claims of the church. He's not wrong, but at the same time, it's been honed since then. And, you know, there were a lot of atheists. There was Voltaire and Descartes and all of these other people doing, you know, who were certainly atheists. And I just want to add, Voltaire, best final parting words ever. Best I've ever heard. I learned this recently.
What were his last words?
Well, he had a priest at his deathbed who told him that sort of he'd lived a life of sin, and he wanted him to repent and curse basically reject the devil and curse him, forever, kind of thing, in order to save his soul. And Voltaire's last words were, "There's no way, Pastor. Now is not the time to be making enemies."
That's pretty good. I think Samuel Clemens would be jealous of that one. That was good.
Yeah.
That is proposed in the name of religion, for sure. Is it egregious? Absolutely. Every criticism you've made, I think, is despicable and accurate and dead on. But that doesn't taint religion as a whole any more than the notion that you can measure people's craniums and look at their racial feature and then put up a hierarchy of human mattering, which was tenured at Harvard University within the past century.
Sure. Phrenology is nonsense, granted. But whether or not the criticisms of religion are valid or not, and may be related to phrenology somehow or not, none of that has to do with the subject of the debate. Like, all the world's religions could be completely wrong and the afterlife could still be real.
Mm-hmm.
So religion isn't actually the point.
And a good question, Ems. What what showed phrenology to be complete bullshit.
Oh, it was the creationists, wasn't it?
It was at creationists investigating claims and finding out that they don't actually hold any merit. Yes, as they're famously known to do.
Yes.
Yeah, it was science that proved that phrenology was complete bunk. Of course it was. It wasn't
I'm
creation.
shocked.
Amazing. Yeah, and sort of so he's kind of pointing to errors in science, and sort of going, oh, we've both made errors, yeah, but only one side is actually correcting, and it's more dragging religion with it. They've been forced to do certain things because they just can't, carry on the way they've always been carrying on, I guess. Yeah, that's a really weird claim. You're right. He's not even addressing the topic.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm tempted to call red herring, but on the other hand, he's like playing defense. So maybe it's a half a herring, a partial fish, a bit of sushi, perhaps.
Discredit science as a whole. There is every human enterprise that is capable of egregious mistake and of brilliant insight. The last thing I want to say, really the last thing for now, is if you insist on reading Shakespeare literally, then he also would be a dunce, but you would have missed his greatness. And some of the greatest literature in the world, billions of people have thought, were religious literature. I find very...
Did he just inadvertently admit that religious literature is fictional?
I think so. And I mean, I was talking about this just the other day. Like, Shakespeare was at least complicit in propagating a stereotype of Richard III as being hunchback and evil, which was almost certainly paid for by Henry Tudor, who sort of framed him for trying to take the throne when Henry Tudor came and took the throne. So Richard III, we thought of him as this horrible dictator who was a hunchback and ugly and things, and then we sort of did historical investigation, found paintings of him, and he wasn't any of these things. Like, it was something that, that the winners write history, and it seems like Henry Tudor, who was a pretty awful guy, wrote the history of Richard III as an evil man.
It's not the first time we've seen something like that in history. I can't say I'm terribly surprised.
very inspiring much of religious literature, and I find deeply offensive much of religious literature. But it's literature made by people to make sense of the world and to chart lives of meaning and of value. I think that's good.
So he's an atheistic cultural Jew who's also still a rabbi? I don't understand.
I don't know. It's very strange. And it's always strange when people start using fictional books or fictional stories to sort of make a point because they're fiction. They've just been written. It's just as baffling as when Jordan Peterson goes to Crime and Punishment for his source. Like, it's a good observation of the world, but it doesn't, you can't hold it up as an example of how systems fail or things are in the real world, because it's not the real world. It's less than anecdotal, because not only is it just one perspective, it's also made up. It's made up. It's not real. Didn't happen.
Yeah. If you want to use literature symbolically to talk about the symbolism the author may have intended in order to make a point about reality, that's fine. But to treat known fiction as if it's literal truth for the purposes of reflecting on the real world, that's That's an issue. That's how you get standing for
Yeah.
truths. And we don't need any more standing for truths.
Yeah.
Does this bloody work? Okay. At least it obscures my face if it doesn't project my voice. I'd like to be the first to rush to the common ground that's just been offered us, which consists of a very large and quite long admission that religion is man-made, which is our point to begin with. Thank you.
On towards the afterlife or forward to the afterlife and say,
That's not my edit. That was in the original debate.
Mhm.
I didn't cut the discussion short there.
we talked a little bit about that we don't know what happens, and this could be the sense of consciousness existing out of our bodies. Isn't religion, all these concepts of an afterlife, can't we just talk of it in terms of metaphor and kind of agree that religion is the best metaphor, or has provided some metaphors for what the rest of us call an afterlife? Is that what it amounts to?
I think there's some confusion here. I think there's a real asymmetry between science and religion that shouldn't go unobserved. And there's an effort on the part of David and Bradley to not own the very clear propositional claims that have been made by every religion for millennia. Claims about the way the universe is structured. Very explicit claims about what's going to happen in the future, about what happened in the past, about what happens after death.
Well, it's not just that, although the claims about after death are why the debate is happening. It's also the claims about there is a power, I know what it is, and I know what it wants, and I am the one to tell you how you have to live your life to keep that power happy. That's where the issue starts.
And the sort of carrot and stick, which is sort of, well, in order to get that reward after you die that we're flouting in front of you, you've got to do this or else you get the stick. You know, that's sort of the reward and the threat. And you know, being an internet atheist, and I'm sure Amber could say the same, you get plenty of these, you know, just wait till you die threats kind of thing. Like they come thick and fast. I think also,
I get all kinds of threats along those lines. In 1,000 years, archaeologists will dig up your bones and discover you're a skeleton.
They'll discover that you're human and always have been. How unsightly. You know what? It's funny that they think you'll care at that point. At the point that your skeleton's being dug up by archaeologists, you'll actually give a shit about anything they think about you at all. You know, oh, they're going to think you had a weirdly shaped head. Am I going to care? Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, no, don't care. Don't care. It's so weird. But they think, you know, you're going to be observing somewhere from heaven and go, oh, for Penn, they think my bones are strange. Why?
Yeah. Like, whatever.
And I mean, I have to tell people when they sort of say, hey, you're going to be punished after you die. I really try to make it clear, like, you have no idea how much that doesn't worry me. Like, you have no idea at how unconcerned I am by your threat. Like, I don't believe you in the slightest. Why would I believe you? It would be like someone saying, hey, when you go to bed, there's going to be a boogeyman under your bed. And you're like, you know, you sort of tell a child, I cannot express to you how unafraid I am of your threat. Like, I can't, you know, I think I'm feeling less threatened now, you having said it, just airing that into the world, just because of the ludicrousness of it. But to people that, because what they don't understand and sort of miss over, they think that everybody's an ex-theist. And that really grabs some people because they have been indoctrinated with that fear. And so I can only imagine what those people go through, because I'm a cradle atheist. I was never indoctrinated into that kind of stuff. So when somebody starts to tell me that stuff, it would be like somebody saying, hey, you know, a dragon's going to come along and eat you. Like, I don't even know what to say to that. It's ridiculous.
Well, you can't prove a dragon won't.
But it doesn't worry me.
No, I
But
like that critter under the bed thing. The next time somebody threatens me with hell, I'll be like, next time you go to sleep, the boogeyman's gonna climb up from under
ooh,
your bed and eat you.
ooh,
And
yeah,
and you better believe in him now because once you go to sleep, it's too late.
that's right. Yeah. And you won't be sending yourself to the boogeyman. You'll be sending yourself to the boogeyman. Not it won't be the boogeyman. It will be you. You're sending yourself because you didn't believe and worship. This metaphor, this analogy has gotten way out of control. I don't know where it went, but yeah. But if like, but I just want to say, don't get me wrong. I do understand why it does frighten people, and I think that if I was raised in a religious household, I'd be scared as well. So I'm not minimizing anybody's sort of concern about that thing. I'm just saying, for me, when you're not indoctrinated into it, the threat is so empty and hollow. It's almost laughable, really. And I want you to take that away. Don't there is no reason to be afraid. There's no reason to be afraid of that. Um, if you were a person that had been raised to believe, up to adulthood that the boogeyman was real, that threat may still hold some weight. The boogeyman threat, I mean, not the afterlife thing.
Yeah, for sure. Like the probably the most common thing that people talk to me about as far as even people who deconverted over a decade ago, the
Mm,
main thing that still bugs many of them is fear of hell. And I
right.
actually mentioned this in my recovering from religion talk that should be up on their YouTube page maybe next week, I don't know. um this we can discuss it intellectually. We can use our big rational brains and be like, well, you're not afraid of Muslim hell, you're not afraid
Right.
of Hindu hell, you're not afraid of Native American hell because
Right.
you don't have any reason to believe in those. So why are you worried about Christian hell, which you also don't have any reason to believe in? Well, unfortunately, fear isn't rational, and when you're raised with that constant threat over you, it creates
Mm,
a standing low grade trauma, and it burns itself into your psyche. It's literally indoctrination.
mhm.
And yeah, sometimes it takes a long, long time to get past that crap. Which is another reason I have a problem with religion. It's not harmless.
Yes.
And these claims are incompatible. So, for instance, if Buddhism is true, Buddhism purports to be true. Buddhism has a doctrine of karma and rebirth. You can be reborn as an animal. You can be reborn in various realms. If Buddhism is true, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are absolutely false in their core claims. I mean, these are not pictures that can be squared logically. And every religion is in the business of making these claims about the afterlife and about all manner of other things. And the crucial difference between religion and science is that every religion is beholden to its literature and doesn't think, for the most part, apart from the fringe of kind of liberal intelligentsia, for the most part, people don't think it's man-made. They don't think that these are just books. If everyone read the Bible like Shakespeare, Hitch and I would be doing something entirely unrecognizable right now. I mean, there would be no problem. And so the problem we're articulating is everyone has this idea that they have knowledge about the afterlife, the end of days, the virgin birth of certain people, etc. And
Tangent. We haven't tangented much yet, so I'm going to throw one out there.
Do it.
Yeah, so I've been listening to a bunch of different people over the past week, trying to expand my horizons and whatnot. And one of the people I came across was Nominal Naomi, whom I've heard before. She's appeared on the line, and she's done a bunch of
Mhm.
stuff, debates all over the place and so forth. She's famous for her TikTok debates. But she was discussing, I think it was Andrew Wilson, called into her live
Oh,
stream on TikTok and was
yeah.
challenging her on the validity of trans people, of course. And
Yeah,
she
that's what he
just,
goes for.
yeah, he just randomly threw out There is nothing in recorded history talking about intersex people not being a valid category for showing that sex isn't a binary. Because binary means there's
He
only two possible outcomes. Intersex people show
what?
that's not the case, so sex
Right,
cannot be a binary.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Right.
And he says, well, the intersex people don't count because there's no recorded case of a hermaphroditic intersex person being able to impregnate themselves. And Naomi says, well, there's this one story you may have heard of. It's in this book called the Bible. And I'm like,
But he obviously
what if
doesn't believe
Mary
that.
was a hermaphrodite?
Maybe. I mean, generally we don't have hermaphrodite people. I mean, it would be horrendously bad for a human to sort of, use the same gene copy on themselves. That would be horrendously bad. But there's animals out there that do. They are both sexes and they impregnate themselves, essentially. They are true hermaphrodites. And it's why the trans and intersex community don't like being called hermaphrodites, because they do not, that isn't something that humans do at all. Intersex is something completely different, but there's definitely animals out there that are, and not only is it not abnormal, it's their usual sexual configuration. Basically, it's what they are. As well as animals that change sex from one to the other under certain conditions, like population pressures, or even, I believe, in I think the axolotl changes with temperature, basically. So there's a whole spectrum of sexual characteristics out there, and sort of just looking at it in this very, very binary sense is very short-sighted and narrow-minded. And you could say, hey, that's other animals, but we have intersex people in humans as well. So it does happen. I mean, I watched this creator called Bloom. She's a leader, band member, and she has XY chromosomes, but she's got that tolerance for testosterone, so she never expresses any male characteristics. And that's just fine. She is, for all intents and purposes, a woman, but genetically, she's male, and she identifies as an alien fairy, and I think that's wonderful.
Love it.
Yeah. And
these are claims.
Stuff, she's very open about talking about it. Mostly she talks about it so intersex people will not get awkward questions asked for her. So she's sort of throwing herself on the grenade, basically, which I think is wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to beat the haters to the punch.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but I think some people are curious in a way that is rude in normal conversation. Like if you just got someone at a party and you know that they're intersex and you start asking about their genitals, don't do that. Don't do that. But I think some people do that out of genuine curiosity and not hate. But so if you have some people to explain it to them, they can go, oh, that, and they won't have to go and ask somebody at a party where it's really inappropriate, So realize that those questions, it's okay to be curious. Realize there are appropriate situations for your questions and inappropriate situations for your questions.
Yeah. Like I've been noticing lately, a lot of people have a very hard time not making rude comments about people's appearance. It's very strange to me. Like, why?
Sometimes, I mean, I've gotten rude comments. I've got my fair of rude comments about my appearance. And sometimes it is that they're out to hurt people. They're looking to hurt you. And I think that, knowing that sort of takes the power away from them when you just know that they're out to hurt you, kind of thing. I think, I'm not sure. It kind of, some people, though, are just sort of blunt. They're just very, very blunt with what they think. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things that I mentioned before we went live. That's it happened in the last few weeks. It's been living in my head. The fact that some people they don't even necessarily, in a way, when a person tries to hurt you, when their intent is to hurt you, that is understandable and something that you can just dismiss. Oh, they're being a dick. Fuck them.
Right.
It's when people, it doesn't even cross their mind that what they're saying could be hurtful. Kind of makes it even more hurtful. I don't know. But that's a tangent within a tangent.
Yeah.
Claims to truth, and they are profoundly anti-scientific because you can't edit the books. You can't edit the Quran, you can't edit the Bible, you can't acknowledge freely within the context of the faith that there are just mountains of life-destroying nonsense in these books, and that's a problem.
So, okay, I want to just...
Yeah, like, sacrifice your children, or, burn a
Bear
goat
the
now
rod,
and then.
spoil the child, like, it's okay to beat your children with a rod. In fact, it's good for them. That's what spare the rod, spoil the child means. It means if you don't beat your child when they're wrong, then they will grow up and be selfish and all of these things. And we know that's terrible advice, because all it teaches them is that violence is the way to solve problems, and it's not.
And the impact on human lives can't be understated, but there's also bad information in regards to every other aspect of life, at least the Christian Bible. I'm not as familiar with the Quran and the other stuff, but like, if you're an agriculturalist, if you're, raising sheep and goats and such, and here's a holy book, the infallible word of the creator of the universe, telling you that you need to make them stare at certain kinds of sticks when they're breeding.
Yes.
What the hell?
Yeah, if you look at striped wood or something, you'll get striped stock. It would, like, just ridiculous, things that are just like, why would you think that would work? It's because that's all they knew back then. It was kind of, a really primitive way to think about breeding and things, like animal husbandry. I mean, the Quran's got its gemstones as well, sort of, if the woman won't listen to you, you first deny her sexual, congress kind of thing, and then you beat her, and they've had to walk it back and sort of say you lightly beat her, but that's all up to interpretation now. And some of them interpret as chastise her, but that is not what the original text said. And even if it is lightly beat her, that is not a way to solve your marital problems. Like, they're sort of saying, hey, it's only lightly. It doesn't matter. What you have is a power imbalance. You have somebody being disrespected by the other one and taking a position of superiority over them. That is not a healthy marriage.
Yeah. Two thoughts come to mind. The first is that if somebody tried to beat me, there'd be problems. But on the other hand, I was with somebody who was very abusive at one point, and it's troublesome. But the other thing is that kind of is the opposite of what the Levitical law says in the Old Testament, where if a husband refuses to give marital rights to a spouse, then the spouse is no longer bound by the marriage covenant. So, I don't know, Islam running counter to what Yahweh said earlier, but what else is new? Ay. Oh, did we break it again? I think we broke it again.
What's this weight
within
business?
the context?
I'm pretty sure that me and Chad are entirely in the clear on this one. I'm really sorry to throw you under the bus, Ember, but
I mean,
me in the chat,
we
we're
don't know
blameless.
that someone hasn't done something supernatural. We can't be sure.
Of the faith, that there are just mountains of life-destroying nonsense in these books, and that's a problem.
So, okay, I want to just say this, that it is undeniable what Sam said about the fact that there are truth claims in different traditions that contradict each other. But here's what I think ought not to go unnoticed. I've been at any number, as almost every clergy has at one time or another, I've been any number of interfaith conferences I was just spoke at an interfaith conference in San Diego on labor in different traditions, okay? And it was everything from Native American, there was a Native American dance, there was a Buddhist chant, there was a reading from the Quran, you know, and the Jew talked. So it was a true interfaith conference.
David Wolpe has jokes for days.
Oh yeah, he's been doing a stand-up all through this debate. He really has. It's the one saving grace that he's got on his side. But apart from that, I think this is getting into, again, as I said before, pragmatism, like a pragmatic. Oh well, it makes you feel better.
Mm-hmm. Which, you know, I can almost get down with. Like if you truly believe that whatever religion you believe is just metaphors. There's nothing literal about it, and it's just there's a many ways up the mountain kind of thing. I can almost get down with that, except for the fact that when you try to pass it on to someone else and tell them it's the truth, you voided that whole, oh, it's just a metaphor thing.
Well, and you know, if it wasn't for the incredible amount of fallout and problems that it causes, just this sort of belief, and you know, the lack of education on evolution that the Christian people are causing. You know, Niddy's talking about in the chat. It's absolutely horrendous. It's horrendous. You know, the various bills that they're passing through, the various things that they're saying. I can't get on board with it because it causes so many problems.
Mm-hmm. Or at the very least, gives people the excuses they need to pursue the bigotry they're going to pursue anyway.
Right.
By being able to point at the book and say, it's not me, it's God saying this.
Right.
Conference. And here's what was so interesting about the time that we all spent before we went out on stage to do our dances, either literal or metaphorical. We were all talking about our traditions. We all understood that there were serious differences about part of it, and everybody there, I think in all sincerity, and not just to be nice, agreed that there was a profound core of similarity in these religious traditions, that we saw the world as more than material, that we saw human beings as having a sacred destiny, not only an occupational destiny, that we thought that kindness and goodness was the mandate of whatever force we understood to run the world. I mean, these are...
Right, but you don't agree on what those things are. Like, you can agree that there's a common destiny, that's fine. But if one of you is saying that the common destiny of humanity is to all be enslaved to the chosen people, who happen to be whichever group of people is talking just then, and other people view it as something different, it's not going to work out very well.
Right. And I might add, so it's not surprising for groups of humans to have common ideas. Right, it's just not surprising in the slightest. It's probably the most unsurprising thing that's ever been stated, that groups of humans have these, like, so the ideas about community and fellowship and the way, you know, obviously these guys are Jewish, but Christians in particular really bother me when they sort of intimate that this fellowship or this community of people is something that is exclusively their religions. And they try to sort of say, hey, that's our thing, you can't. No, you know, that the fact that humans think similar thoughts is unsurprising because we're humans. I have read some studies over psychologists and neurologists sort of talking about how humans do have sort of a God-shaped hole in their sort of thinking, a place to attribute agency where there is no agency. And that may be, in the case of some people do say, it's probably evolutionarily derived from if something happens, you know, in nature, you assign agency first. So you consider that something is doing it rather than it just happening by random chance. And that's because the more you assign agency to stuff, the more you'll react as if someone's doing it, because that's the threat, rather than something happening randomly. So it may be evolution, but we don't know, but there definitely seems a propensity for people to think this way. That's a completely separate issue of whether it's true, right? Because people will have a propensity to think these things, like we all have a propensity to see faces, for instance, right? We will pareidolia. Is it pareidolia? I think it's
Yes.
pareidolia. That is a different issue to whether that thing is actually a face. Those are two separate things.
Looks like a maple leaf.
Must be a maple leaf.
Yeah, it's trippy. Also, I'm noticing the way he's trending towards this idea of there's a grain of truth in all of our belief systems. And this is the thing I've mentioned before, how I got involved with the Universal Life Church when I was a minister, because they had this idea that there's something true in all religions, and maybe it's the same true thing, the one kernel of actual reality that they've managed to pin down, and all of them have built their fan fiction off of. That's not really the case, though. Like, there is at least one true thing in every religion, but that doesn't mean it has anything to do with the supernatural claims of that religion, and it isn't the same true thing across every faith. Does that mean that it's worthwhile learning the truths of every faith so you can sort the wheat from the chaff and find these hidden truths? You don't need religion to discover the things that are true in the religions. Like how a mustard seed grows when scattered on pavement or whatever the fuck. You don't need to be a Christian to learn how that works.
Right.
Serious, and they are truth claims, but they're truth claims that are outside the realm of science. Science can't decide whether there is, in fact, a sacred destiny to your life. It doesn't ask those kinds of questions or give those kinds of answers. Religion...
Well, I mean, we can kind of study these things. Like, if you can figure out a way to frame a particular question in a scientifically answerable way, like, say, for example, we want to study whether there's a sacred destiny to a person's life or whatever. And so you do a longitudinal study across various people's lives, people who feel the calling to a sacred destiny, perhaps. And you watch and see if throughout the course of their life, if they ever fulfill something that could qualify as a sacred destiny, whether it's their subjective opinion or you put objective criteria on it or whatever the case may be. And when you finally get to the end of their life, and then you record how they die, is it with dignity? Is it painful? Do they ascend to heaven? How does this process take form?
Right.
We can actually determine if there's a sacred destiny for a given person or a group of people or whatever. And, you know, so far, very, very few people who thought they were the chosen one turned out to be.
Right. But here's the thing, right? He sort of just wants to sort of say, hey, but it's outside the purview of science. It's unfalsifiable, so you don't get to investigate it. But that's not a point in its favor, because the snake oil salesman with a magic potion could say that's outside of the purview of science as well. The question is whether this unfalsifiable thing should be believed or not. And if your thing is, well, there's no way to prove it, that's not a point in its favor that you ought to believe it. That's actually a point of the favor of you ought not to believe it until it's demonstrated to be true. Anybody could claim something. I mean, I could claim there's an invisible dragon on my desk, but it's outside the purview of science. It doesn't mean that's a point in its favor of believing it. I think this is a terrible argument. I mean, one guy seems to be arguing, oh, it's outside of science, and the other guy seems to be arguing science just as bad as religion. It's these two are just making terrible arguments.
I do love the science is just as bad as religion one, though, because one, we can demonstrate it's not, and two, it means that you agree that religion is a terrible way to find the truth of anything.
Yeah.
If that's your benchmark for a bad means of arriving at truth, then why are you religious? I don't know.
Yeah.
does. And the day that you say that all of religion is off the table because, after all, it says in Genesis that the world was created in 7 days and we know that's not true, then what you do is you throw out the very serious, comprehensive, and shared questions of meaning of human life that really, really matter.
No, we're throwing out the pretend answers that keep us from looking for the real answers.
Yeah. Like, I've got no problem if somebody wants to believe that their life has a certain purpose given to them by some invisible thingo. But my real problem is when they start giving factual responses to things in our reality that are demonstrably untrue. Like, there was a worldwide flood. They're Jewish. They stood that the flood was still in their stories. That, you know, you have to, if you wish to reconcile science with religion, you have to chalk that up to just hyperbole or poetic language or, you know, a metaphor kind of thing. You have to. You can't believe there is a worldwide flood and be scientific at the same time. It's just freaking impossible. Those two things cannot be reconciled.
Yeah, in fact, I actually mentioned something similar in that RFR talk, which it keeps coming up because I put a ton of work into my presentation. So it's like,
Okay.
yeah. It's one of the ways that people stepwise eventually end up deconverting themselves if they you know, keep looking and questioning and thinking. Like, you come across the story of the flood and you go, oh well, this definitely did not happen. So you have to consider it in terms of a mythology. The whole Genesis story is just mythology. But then a little bit later you start thinking about it and you're like, well, if Genesis is a myth and the Garden of Eden didn't happen, then what exactly is the point of Jesus? Like, even if Jesus was real, if original sin never took place, then what did Jesus die for? So yeah, the contradictions build on each other as you go along.
The way people live, and that you ought not to do.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about what evidence.
Oh, Michael raises an interesting point that I want to build off of. Michael, like many of us, tried to reconcile religion and science. A huge waste of time. Sort of. I did a similar thing in high school, and, you know, I thought for the longest time, even well into adulthood, that it was possible. That's why I accepted the call to ministry. But it occurs to me in my old age that the difference is science can explain religion, why it exists, what purposes it serves, and why people still believe it. Religion cannot explain science. It tries. It's like, oh, it's just people observing God's blueprints for the universe, but that doesn't actually check out.
There is for an afterlife, because when you read books about it, it inevitably comes up that people purport there to be evidence. So I wanted you all to share your thoughts on that. One of the most common tropes is the near-death experience. There have been, I think, over the last 3 decades, there's been 40 studies of some 3,400 near-death experiences, and they've been published in journals like Lancet and Annals of American Psychological Journals. And Barbara Haggerty did a book on this called Fingerprints of God, where she interviewed a lot of the people who did these studies that were published in peer-reviewed journals, and a lot of the people she interviewed said that they cannot help but think, after investigating these in a scientific way, that they point to something beyond this life.
I would say almost that was wrong by definition, because it's a near-death experience. It means you didn't die.
They laugh, but it's not a clever point. It's just true.
Yeah, like, we've never examined anybody scientifically that has had brain death when you actually die. Like, we know people. I've known a person that has lost respiration and cardiopulmonary function and have been resuscitated. That's not death. That's near death. That is what that is. And they've done studies to try and show like out-of-body experiences are real, and it hasn't panned out. Nobody can show that these things are actually real apart from a brain that is trying to keep itself alive, because no one has ever had brain death and come back. There's only one religion that claims it, kind of thing, I guess. Actually, that's not true. There's all kinds of people that have claimed it. Like, didn't Sai Baba claim that as well, that he came back from the dead?
I know he claimed that he was the reincarnation of a previous Sai Baba. I don't
Okay.
know if he claimed an NDE of his own, though, but there are NDE reports within the Hindu religion.
Yeah.
Like, instead of Saint Peter, they see, Krishna or Brahma or something like that. Yeah, I myself have had an NDE, and that's one of the reasons that I reject it as valid evidence, because every person of every religion sees what they are programmed to expect to see. And what I saw is like nothing I've ever heard from anyone else, which tells me that it has to be a product of the human brain, or at least one other person. If there were something objectively real, at least one other person who hasn't been programmed to see something by their religion would have seen what I saw.
What did you see?
It's a long story. And
Okay,
also,
all
I don't
right,
want to
just
give it
one take.
away, because
Okay.
then, other people, you'd end up with copycats. I mean, assuming
Okay.
anyone ever watches this.
I'm pretty sure people watch this. Come on now, don't sell yourself short.
You know.
I watch it.
Well, you're on it. You're participating in the
I
active
know.
creation. No,
Something.
I know there's a few people here, and our debate reviews. First of all, thanks to everybody in the live chat. I appreciate you guys being here.
Thanks,
It
chat.
makes doing a show, much, much better. It's why we don't pre-record these, because spending time with you guys is fantastic. But also, future people, hello, future people. If you're new here, please hit the subscribe button, and also subscribe to Mark. Mark's on this side. Subscribe to Mark as well, because we alternate channels. Every other week we're on. Next week we'll be on Mark's channel for the next debate, and so on. And you don't want to miss that either. But these do end up getting, depending on the topic and who we're covering, a few hundred to upwards of 1,000 views. So it's not that nobody's watching. It's just that a large chunk of the world is never going to see what we have to say here. Such is the nature of YouTube. That's what I was getting at. I'm just hyperbolizing. I saw Michael say Domino's, and now I want to, because when I was in college, I worked at Domino's, because flexible hours and free pizza, what could go wrong? So I kept drawing my eye. As Ember stated, once you accept that there are myths in the Bible, then why Jesus? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And Pink Penguin says that you are all awesome. It's a proven fact in science has demonstrated. There's peer-reviewed articles that you people are in fact all awesome, every single one. It says so in my holy book.
But it's the best we have.
If someone is reported dead on Tuesday and you see them on Friday, the overwhelming, well, not the obvious conclusion is that the initial report was mistaken. We have no reason to think otherwise. I've read a lot about this stuff. In fact, I have two. If you care to get the Portable Atheist, which I edited, there are two accounts by great philosophers, the late A.J. Ayer and fortunately very current Daniel Dennett, about their own so-called near-death hospital experiences of people who were battling with very grave onslaughts on their health.
Well, that's interesting. Did Daniel Dennett have an NDE?
Dennett. I like Daniel Dennett. He's
I'm
really
gonna Google
good.
that. Daniel Dennett, NDE. Yeah, apparently he did. Dennett believes. Oh, there's a bunch of articles about the fact he had one, but not much about what he himself had to say.
Okay. Well, it didn't convince him, obviously.
I guess. But yeah, Google turns up a minute 31 long clip from 2009 that apparently is about it, but I don't know for sure. Let's see. Oh, it's a clip from a longer video from the Science Network. So I don't know. Maybe there's something to it, but that's a thing for another day.
I remember a theist giving me a book called The Case for Christ. I think it was Lee Strobel from memory. Like he's just a journalist.
Wait.
Is it Lee Strobel?
It's either Lee Strobel or he's the Case for guy. It's Cold Case Christianity is J. Warner Wallace. So yeah.
Okay. Well, I think it was Lee Strobel.
The Case for Heaven.
Well, he's just a journalist, and it wasn't like he was. I was given it as, oh, you read this, you'll absolutely. It really was a lackluster attempt, and it had like lots of NDEs in it, and they're all anecdotal. And what I did notice is they didn't really clarify what people saw. They just said they saw this thing, but there were no details. You know, like they weren't saying, hey, this is what I saw. I saw this gate or this thing or whatever. It was more just, oh, I saw heaven, it felt like this kind of thing. But what did you actually see? What did you actually experience? Can we match them up? Did you see any people? What did they look like? Did they have beards? Did they not? Were they bald? Did they not? None of this was done. It's just, oh, you had a near-death experience and saw God, then you saw God. Wait a second. There's so much more information to that to see if people are seeing the same thing or different things. And so I thought it was really lackluster and really just sort of a few anecdotes strung together. It was nothing. And this is what they think is going to be the overwhelming evidence that's going to convince me kind of thing.
Yeah, there was a video that I did on a fellow, I can't quite remember his name, but he's done science debates, including with Erica Gutsit Gibbon. I can't remember his bloody name though, but he according to his story, he was a lifelong atheist who came from a third generation atheist, whatever, and he started to get sucked into Christianity by the people around him, and then one day he had a vision where he saw a man standing beside a door. So of course it must have been Jesus. Who else could it have been? And he became a Christian.
Okay.
And it's always crap like that. On the rare occasions when you can get a first-hand account of an experience, an NDE or whatever, it's always super vague that the person interprets to be whatever they wish it were. And it drives me crazy that this person, he still considers himself a science-minded individual. Now, it wasn't Sanford. Shoot. I don't know. The name will come to me tomorrow, probably. It's in my catalog, but I've got 300 videos on YouTube now, so it's been...
Well, I always remember Francis Collins because his was so lackluster. It was... don't get me wrong, Francis Collins is an amazing geneticist, did a whole bunch of work on the Human Genome Project, but he was converted to Christianity where I think he was in Africa. He sort of saw a waterfall splitting into three, and it reminded him of the Trinity. And that's it's just, really? That's it? No, well.
Oh, also on the topic of cramming random NDEs into a book, Habermas.
Oh, Habermas. Just stop.
Yeah, 1,000-page book of 50 years of research, and a bunch of it is just NDEs. Okay. Oh my.
Which I recommend you read for the very confirming rationality that they bring to it. Dinesh D'Souza, who's a frequent debating partner of mine, has written a book about this too, and the most persuasive example from any hospital he's found, and I get it all the time, is a woman who floated out of her body, out of the bed, made a tour of the outside of the hospital,
saw the shoe,
noticed that there was a running shoe on one of the windowsills, woke up, reported it to a nurse whose name we've never been told, and who went and looked, and there was the shoe. Now, if that doesn't prove it, I don't know what does.
I remember that story. I covered the doctor who wrote up the story from the patient who said the thing, and it's a long series of a friend of a friend of a friend said the thing. But yeah, I remember that. It turned out that was entirely urban legend and hearsay. It never fucking happened. Shock and surprise. And that's how it always is. Whenever there is anything, like it seems like a person passed a test, like, oh, we wrote a series of numbers on a piece of paper and put it on top of the blade of a ceiling fan or whatever. Whenever you hear someone say, oh, well, there was a test and the person was able to read the numbers, never fucking happened. Someone described the test, but no one ever passed it. It's always a person I know knew another person who knew another person that it happened to. And when you get that kind of fourth-hand crap, which incidentally bears a striking resemblance to the stories of the Gospels, fourth-hand at best, made-up nonsense. But I do digress. That's kind of your red flag that it's probably not fucking true. Also, Cy Gart was the scientist who had a vision of a guy that he determined was Jesus. It was bugging me, so I just went and looked up the video. So I'm going to link that in the chat. It is a ways back in my back catalog, so I look a little different back then.
Just a little.
I could hardly be more reassured if I'd been told that it was able to reunite it with its missing pair. NDE is bullshit. It doesn't count. It's not coming back from the dead, nor is it an account of what happens to you when you're gone. It's what can happen to you with the help of life-preserving scientific medicine while you are still alive.
I would just add one thing. This kind of question is still scientifically tractable. Reasonably serious people have tried to study the near-death experience, and this idea of consciousness somehow rising, dissociated from the body and rising to a point above the operating theater and looking down on the body, the phenomenology there is common enough that people seem to think that this is testable, and so some people have put random number generators on the top of cabinets in the operating theater, just on the odd chance that someone comes back saying, I saw this weird digital readout, above your cabinets, and it was, 35721. That would be very interesting. Now, no one, to my knowledge, has done that. But this is something we could set up this experiment in advance. It wouldn't be merely anecdotal.
Have they put shoes up there? Because sometimes that...
Well, it's obviously structured along the same lines. But again, there's a reason why we can't make a research program based on that one shoe.
Stories of people.
Yeah, I looked up the shoe thing, and it seems to have originated with two students that sort of told Augustine, the guy that sort of wrote it down, Keith Augustine. He reported it, but apparently he got it off a couple of students who also lied about where the shoe was, like it was on a ledge that was in sight when they said it was on the roof. So it wasn't firsthand. B, it was, at least partly embellished. It's not a real thing. Like this amazing evidence, like the doctor can't confirm that that's what she said. There seems to be no records of the nurse who overheard her talking about it. There's nothing here except two students. We know these two students told it to Keith Augustine, who wrote it down as fact. That's all we know about the situation.
So it's Josephus level, where a person said a thing to Josephus and Josephus just wrote it down, and half of the shit wound up being forgeries anyway. Love it.
It's about as good
it's
as
testable, and there's no data there.
But people are just as convinced that they used in past lives to be. It always tends to be a princess, you notice. or a charioteer or something of this sort. It's as real to them as the rest of their pathetic lives are.
Tangent. I had a friend who very, very strongly believed in past lives. And so he insisted on doing a past life regression on me and, like, you know, reading. I think he had like a special set of tarots that he read to figure out past life stuff. And according to him, I was a French person in the 17th century who, despite all the assorted violence going on at that particular point in history, I was killed by a runaway wagon. I just got run over by mad horses. Like, awesome. Anything else about that? Nope, nothing else about that life. Just that I got run over by a wagon. Good to know.
Yay. You know, it would explain your irrational fear of wagons, I guess, you know.
You know, I don't know if I have an irrational fear of wagons. I know that I really enjoy haunted hay rides, but I'm not.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's not the wagon part, though. I don't know.
Yeah.
Although it may be related to. So, as I've mentioned many times, I grew up on a farm. One of the few animals we didn't have was a horse because my mother was a champion horse rider, like obstacle courses and stuff. I know nothing about the sport because my mother lost a horse. Yes. Her horse died when she was in her early 20s because a veterinarian fucked up really badly and it hurt her a lot. And so she didn't want to have horses again. Like, she didn't want to feel that ever again. So I never got the opportunity. But maybe it was also because she somehow knew that in a past life I'd been run down by a horse-drawn carriage, and so just didn't want horses around me. Yeah.
Instead of having a horrible experience losing a horse and not one. No, it seems more rational that in a past life, you were run over by a runaway cart in Paris. You know, like, yeah, of course.
Yes, that must be it. Sadly, the wagon apparently was going in the other direction. I don't know. It seems very silly, but you know, it sometimes. Honestly, I don't know why some people are like. I get how some people want to have the answers to everything. They're terrified of saying I don't know, but why people feel the need to tell others what's true about them as if it were certain truth when it's just woo. I don't understand that.
I think it goes along the same lines of people getting upset when you don't believe their woo kind of thing. So when they're sort of telling you about heaven and you go, well, I don't believe in any of that, they're quite affronted. I think it gives them a stronger sense of being right when people agree with them. And they feel more uncertain when people disagree with them. So I think it's along those lines that they tell people and want them to believe, because really the person they're convincing may in fact be themselves and not you. And if they can convince you and you say, oh yeah, that's totally thing, they will feel more convinced of their justification.
Well, that's interesting that they have that internal insecurity that requires external validation. Where else have we run into that?
But it's subjective and it's wish fulfilling and it doesn't count. I'm actually a bit amazed we haven't got to wish fulfillment yet. Could I say a word about that? I mean, Freud in his Future of an Illusion says that the connection between our desires and our beliefs in the case of the afterlife is so obvious. It's mankind's oldest and most strong dread. Maybe we could duck the fate that appears to be in store for us. That it's unlike any belief that Sam and I can offer you. Maybe all kinds of discrepancies between scientific views. We cannot promise you things of this kind, as religion always has to people. It doesn't make us morally superior, but it does mean, and we're not particularly happy with what we propose, which is overwhelmingly likely that annihilation and extinction await us. It's just that the overwhelming weight of evidence seems that way. Now, again, to quote Dinesh, He said to me once, well, I can see why people want heaven for themselves, and that's wish fulfilling, and eternal life, even though I think that's a horrible idea myself, but still. But why do they want hell? Why would a wish fulfiller invent the inferno? Well, I think that's pretty obvious.
Before he answers, what do you think he's going to say?
Well, that's the impetus to believe. That's the, you get the reward, and that's the wish fulfillment, and then the threat, and that's the thing that binds you to the religion. Because there's a lot of religions giving wish fulfillment, but if you sort of say, hey, but if you go elsewhere, we're going to smack you, that's the stick.
Mm-hmm. It's straight up base kindergarten level manipulation.
Yep.
But I want to answer. I'm sure that's also true, but I think it might be. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too deeply in the wrong direction about this, but it seems to me there's a certain number of people, as evidenced by the fact that there's that Christian evangelical trend towards all humans are absolutely purely awful all the time, that internalized guilt and then projection onto everyone else. I think the desire for there to be a hell so that there's a place that the people who don't measure up, who aren't good enough, still get to exist eternally, because they'd rather be tormented forever but still have that comfort that they don't cease to exist. Like, there's a place for me also, even if I don't measure up to the requirements for the good place.
Well, I don't know many theists that would say, hey, I believe in heaven and hell, but I'm going to hell. Like, they all believe they're going to heaven.
I don't know. I mean, we are surrounded by Christians who think that they're just forgiven. They have no accountability for their actions. But I don't know if everyone's that way.
Well, I know plenty of Christians that think that other people are going to hell, but I've never met one that goes, yeah, I'm definitely going to hell. Because I've done all this bad stuff. No, it's always, well, I'll be forgiven, because I believe in the God and, have atoned for my sins, I'm going to heaven. I've never spoken to one that said, no, I'm definitely going to hell and there's nothing I can do about it. Even Calvinists who think that that's, the elect are pre-chosen by a God kind of thing, go, well, yeah, I'm one of the elect, obviously. And I've spoken to them. I'm like, what if you're not one of them? And they go, well, I guess I'll go to hell. But, they're very, very, they have faith that they are one of the elect. It's, yeah.
I don't know. Well, let's see what Hitchens' actual answer is.
It's for other people to go to. Very old rhyme.
Well, predictable.
Well, that's a good point. Like, so maybe they can feel comforted, that they're not going there. That's for other people to do. You're damned to hell, not me. Yeah, I kind of agree with him. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, that kind of goes to like the whole point of religion in the first place is I have the special knowledge. Everyone else is misguided.
Right.
Our English Calvinist was, we are the pure and chosen few, and all the rest are damned. There's room enough in hell for you. We don't want heaven crowned. In fact, in the work of many early church fathers, I'm so glad to find, by the way, that anything written in the first century by religious people doesn't count. And I wish that more ministers of religion would make that concession. But Tertullian and many other Christian fathers thought that one of the pleasures of heaven, because it's always been rather hard to describe them, you ever noticed that? Eating foie gras to the sound of trumpets was the Reverend Sidney Smith's best shot.
As it happens, there's prophets around today who their entire grift is describing what heaven is like. If Brentley, I saw Brentley in the chat earlier, he frequently revisits Kat Kerr, who her entire thing is heaven has like a Jello water slide or some shit like that.
Like, oh, that's great. That's fantastic.
Crazy as a loon. but her congregation keeps coming to hear more of what heaven is like, and she just describes it the way an 8-year-old would describe
Is
their
that heaven?
paradise.
Are you sure she's not mistaking it for Willy Wonka's chocolate factory? I mean,
Right?
I'm very, very sorry to do this. I'm just going to step away for 1 sec and grab another coffee. I'm so tired. I'm so tired because I got up early, and I'm also fighting off a cold. So I apologize, but I'm just going to grab another coffee real quick, and I'll be back with you. Can you hold down the fort? Can you
I
hold down the
I can
fort,
probably
Ernest?
manage. Yeah,
Okay, I'll be like a couple of minutes. Thank you so much. I'll be back right back.
for sure. Yeah, so Kat Kerr is just, I don't know. She's a piece of work. She has to tell her congregation when to say amen. Like she'll just be rambling and ranting about, I don't know, pieces of cake or something, and how the devil needs to protect our real president, or all kinds of crazy shit. And then she'll have to stop and be like, say amen. And the audio is always terrible, and the camera's always cocked slightly to a side. She came to fame during, I think it was Hurricane Irene. It's not super important which hurricane, but a hurricane was coming to Florida, and she went out to the beach during an evacuation order and swung her walking stick at the hurricane and told it to move in the name of God. And it didn't. But apparently that makes her a prophet. And now she's richer than all of us put together somehow. So, you know. Yeah, this is why I always keep a big ol' thing of coffee. Well, not always. I've been shifting more towards water because A, stay hydrated, and B, because I'm trying to lose weight for lots of reasons, but while coffee itself not high calorie, the creamer I put in it is. So I'm reducing my coffee intake so that I need to get my calories like under threshold so that weight will go down instead of go up because I'm storing energy, all that sort of stuff. Y'all know how this goes at this point. It's it's trippy. But on the plus side, while I'm just throwing out random tangents while Mark is away, um, we are making progress on that. I'm down over 20 pounds from when I started trying to do it intentionally and safely, and that's a plus. In fact, the skirt I was wearing earlier today, it kept trying to fall off of me because it's one of those ones that has a certain size. It's not like stretchy or whatever. It fit me when I got it, but now there's like an extra 10 centimeters in the waistband, and I'm like, that's cool, but also, how do I wear this now? I could just wrap a belt around it. The kids suggested I use safety pins, just like take it in. Eh, it's a plus, it's progress. But on the flip side, it's a little frustrating because I'm already low on inventory and clothing. And now some of my clothing is too big. Well, fuck.
It's kind of a out of things to feel bad over, it really is really low on the scale. That you've lost enough weight, because I had that as well when I lost weight. And I was like, oh,
Damn,
all of my
speed.
clothes.
That's fucking epic.
I think that's epic. How much is that? Isn't that like 50 kilos or something?
What is it? 2.2 kilos? Or 2.2 pounds per kilo.
No.
So a little over 50 kilos, yeah.
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 Well done.
Yeah,
Congratulations. Well done.
It's good stuff. And Star Song dropped 50, so 26-ish kilos. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, I'm looking forward to. First of all, I'm sleeping better already. My neck still needs to get much thinner, but between quitting smoking and losing weight, the airflow works better, amazingly enough. In fact, I measured my neck earlier. I finally got my hands on an actual tape measure because if you go to buy women's clothing, you have to know how big you are in several different dimensions. So I needed a tape measure for the longest time. I finally
Sounds
have one.
exhausting.
Yeah. And my neck is when I had my physical back in October, it was 24 inches around. Now it's 18 inches around. That's a lot of
Cool.
progress for a neck.
Yeah.
So yeah, good stuff. Maya, I mean, I enjoy the level of detail involved. Like you have to know so many bits of information to find out if something's actually going to fit you and so on and so forth. But it's also a pain in the ass.
And I was telling Ems, like at the start of the stream, I'm chromatically challenged. I can't match colors. I'm so terrible at it. I just wear blacks and grays, and everything goes with everything else. And you know, I kind of wish I was better with colors, but I'm not. So, you know, that's I'm fine.
Yeah, I mean, black is fantastic. I'd probably wear blacks a lot more often, except dandruff is a thing, and it bugs the
Oh
shit
yeah,
out of me.
I
Oh
don't have that
crap!
problem.
I was actually going to wear a different shirt today. Where the
I
hell
think
did
you've
I
got to
put
have
it?
hair before you can have dandruff. So I'm fine.
Precisely. That's one of the
Yeah.
reasons that I used to shave my head twice a year, just so that it wiped out the dandruff and it kept it from building up. I know where I put it. All right, I'm going to have you entertain the audience for a few
Oh
seconds
yeah,
while I go find the damn
sure.
shirt.
Hello, everybody. I'm entertaining the audience. Yeah, no, I think that clothes in general, and Maya's completely right. Pockets and stuff is incredibly useful. I used to love cargo pants because I could fit my Kindle in a leg pocket, and I thought that was the greatest thing ever. The fact that I could carry like hundreds of books around in my pocket used to make me so happy. Um, I haven't really worn cargo pants that often, especially not in summer because, oh boy, does it get hot. It's actually pretty hot in my room at the moment. So, yeah, and I don't get fake pockets. What is up with fake pockets? Like, it's worse than having no pockets, having fake pockets,
I know,
because
it's such a letdown.
it's a tease. That's what it is. It's just teasing you.
So I was gonna wear this shirt, which I'll make myself big for a second here because I want to show this off. This is one of my merch store shirts, and I was gonna wear it because this is probably the last live I'll be on my own channel
what does it say? I
before
can't see
St.
that.
Patrick's Day.
Show.
It's a Kiss Me, I'm Firish.
Irish.
Yeah. So there's a Pixar movie where there's a fire character named Ember, and she's from the Firish people from Fireland.
Nice.
And I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm making that a shirt. And since it's almost Ireland Day, I thought I would wear that today because I do have merch, and you know, Forrest wears his own shirts. He's like, oh, go to the gift shop and buy the shirt. So I thought it'd just be a great opportunity to do that. But then I found this shirt in the thrift store today for $3, and I'm like, oh, that's cute, and got completely fucking distracted, as one does.
It's a nice color. It's a nice color.
Yeah, I like it. It's just, yeah. Okay, so we were doing a debate review or something, weren't we?
Possibly. We could have been doing anything, quite frankly. I have no idea.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? We've got a big old Hitchens on the screen here.
Oh yeah.
Let's see what else he has to say. Or not.
It's been rather hard to describe them. You ever noticed that? Eating foie gras to the sound of trumpets was the Reverend Sidney Smith's best shot. We know what the Muslims think for men. Apparently for women, do you know what they get? They get their husbands back. Is that heaven? Nothing man-made about that, right? But the church, at least the Christian church, I said, no, one of the pleasures of paradise is surveying and relishing the torments of the damned. When we talk about wish fulfillment, we're talking about the very unpleasant primate species to which we belong and the self-interested fantasies that it will continue to generate.
Yeah, people think the Germans came up with Schadenfreude, this gaining pleasure from the suffering of someone else. Oh no, that was the Catholics.
Well, I mean, that probably existed. I mean, the feeling probably existed way before any religion or anything like that, you know, like sort of the vindictive feeling of taking pleasure in the suffering of somebody you intensely dislike probably existed long before we gave it a name. But, you know, trust the Catholic Church to be the ones to capitalize on it, you know, like...
Yeah, like never mind that you get to be in paradise for eternity. Never mind that you get to be with the creator of the universe, who is apparently the platonic form of love given, you know, form. Never mind all that. You get to watch the people you hate suffer. That's the selling point. Yes.
And you run into a lot of this sort of repugnant pride about how, you know, oh, you're going to be suffering while I'm going to be, you know, it's kind of the ultimate playground victory kind of thing, you know. But my dad could beat your dad, or you're going to be the, you know, you've got to return to your horrible little afterlife, and I'll have everything I ever wanted. You know, it's kind of this really weird, one of the weirder flexes in human history, I guess.
Yeah, it reminds me of that old Carlin line, "My God has a bigger dick than your God."
Which is really...
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Brad. Two things to say here. The first, I need to confess to the audience. My mother, the atheist, the Freudian psychoanalyst atheist, wants me to tell you that she's rooting for you guys. And
how does he know that? By spiritual powers?
I think it's just a joke. I think he's trying to joke around as well. I think that they're trying to make up for their lack of arguments with just humor. I mean, it's not a bad way to go if you lack arguments.
It's true. There's a thing in psychology, and I'm sure Maya can spell it out more correctly than I can. But there's this idea that when you listen to two people argue, you don't. Most people, there are exceptions, but most people decide who was right, not at all based on the argument, but what they think about the people who are arguing. Like, you know, if you and I had a debate, most people would decide whether they like you more or me more, and they would decide who's right based on which one of us they like. Rather, our arguments are almost irrelevant.
I wish that wasn't the case. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know about that.
And that may be what they're angling for, even if they're not like consciously doing it. By being likable and charming, they can still win the debate even without actually winning the debate or even participating, really.
Well, you know, your demeanor, the way you present humor and stuff, it definitely has an impact. I won't argue that. I just, you know, it seems like Hitchens just effortlessly pulls it off. I'm not sure if they're gonna, you know, it feels a little forced to me.
It could also be like trying to keep up with Hitchens with his wit and humor. It could also be that Rabbi Shavit's here is trying to keep up with Rabbi Wolpe. You know, I can do this too. Or it could just be career preservation. Like, yes, we've lost this debate, but we're entertaining, so book us for your next show anyway, you know?
Maybe. That's true.
Yeah. Many possibilities.
And the two can play at that kind of clever and cute trick. You know, so you've confessed that the idea of an afterlife is a hideous idea. Well, of course, there's a wish fulfillment involved in hoping that we're not accountable and that at the end it's all over. So one can pathologize the other viewpoint, but it's unworthy of you. It seems to me that the test in Jewish tradition is not another person's theology, but their behavior. And that unethical behavior is to be condemned, even if it comes from a good atheist, just as it is to be condemned by someone who claims to cloak it in religious rhetoric. So here's the last religious thing I want to say. At the very core of traditional Judaism is the notion of bechira, of choice, which means no miracle is so unambiguous that it can't be explained away as secular, and no miracle is so overwhelming that you have to accept it. So you have a perfect example of that.
Isn't that a bit of a problem for somebody who proposes an all-powerful God?
Oh.
Like,
and he's sort of saying, well, what did he say? He sort of said, well, you can explain all of this as wish fulfillment. And he said, well, you could also explain just life ending as wish fulfillment as well. But that's what we observe. You know what I mean? Like, we both agree that the body dies, right? And the brain is dead, and we appear to come to an end. You're the one claiming something extra here. It's almost like he's sort of saying, well, I could say it's wish fulfillment that we die and nothing happens to us instead of some sort of punishment. But that's what appears to happen. You can't sort of say, well, it's very strange. It's almost like he's trying to say, like, shift the burden of proof back on them in a roundabout way. I don't know about that.
it's very strange.
Yeah, because
This data.
I don't think that wish fulfillment is saying, hey, we die and are obliterated and that's the end of us forever kind of thing. I don't think that would sort of, that's not what anybody would hope for. You know, we would hope that we would have some place to go after we're dead that would be amazing. Like, I don't understand his point. He's trying to sort of put both sides on a level, but they're not on a level. One sort of side of saying, hey, you get paradise, and the other is, hey, we appear to die. We appear to end. That's probably what happens. I don't know. It just seems to be a really uneven, uneven conflict. Like, nobody said, hey, I suppose some people do say, I hope I do obliterate when I die, that, you know, nothing comes after it. But
they'd rather not live forever anyway.
Right. So I suppose I can't say that. I don't know. I just find it odd the way he's trying to compare the two. Like, you know, being obliterated, eternal paradise, as both being on the same level of wishful thinking. Like, it just there's something uneven about that as far as I'm concerned.
Well, related to what he was saying about miracles, can God create a miracle so powerful that it can't be denied it's a miracle? Is that the same as a rock so heavy he can't lift it? But, like, why even bother with death? Like, why do you, if you're going to an eternal afterlife, why even bother to die? Like, I get it that many sects of Judaism believe in a bodily resurrection at the end of days or whatever, and you just hang out and don't exist as a dead person until that time. But, like, why bother dying? Like, why not just be teleported to the end of days? Like, you're on your deathbed and then you just teleport away like a Star Trek episode.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that also kind of confirm that something supernatural is happening? Like, why not? Why would a god not do that? Why do you have to go through death, especially if you're one of the ones being rewarded?
Right.
Very peculiar.
Suggests that the mind has a far greater range than we have previously admitted that it has. My autistic son is capable of hearing through walls. He'll listen in school to 2 classrooms down and
That's not a function of autism, and also citation
Right.
needed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's a function of human capability either. I mean, unless they're very thin walls, but then other people would be able to do it too.
Right. Like autism doesn't give you super hearing, sir.
Yeah.
It just makes you more sensitive to loud noises. It doesn't actually like improve your hearing.
Although, now I'm curious, if a person did have super hearing, would that make them more prone to other autistic tendencies? Like, what if he's not really autistic? Of course, it's a spectrum and technically everyone is on it, but like, what if he just shows similar symptoms because of the way he developed, because of his X-Man superpower?
Well, the thing is that they don't assess it like that. They don't sort of. It's mostly behavioural stuff that they talk about. So if you've ever had a test for autism, it's stuff like how do you react to these situations where, say, you have to go and do this process, for instance, or go and do this kind of thing. Does it upset you that the process isn't followed when this happens? That kind of thing. And they look a lot into your childhood. When I was diagnosed an adult, they look a lot into childhood and how did you react to certain things happening. So a lot of it is actually behavioral, not just sort of do you not like loud noises? That's not a way to test for autism. It's mostly around how you feel and how you behave when certain things occur in your life, kind of thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is a symptom, but it's certainly not one. It's not like, well, if you're sensitive to loud noises, you're on the autism spectrum. No, that isn't how it works. There's quite a involved test for it. Like, it's actually quite lengthy. You'd be surprised at how many things they actually ask.
Well, it makes sense. You want to be thorough with that kind of thing because, again, it is a spectrum. So
Yeah.
just, yup, you're on the spectrum isn't as helpful as finding out like the details of where you are and what sorts of things might be useful for you to know about you, you know?
Well, I think also that like it's very strange because people on the autism spectrum, they won't share, like there'll be a shared symptoms, but some people don't have they won't have the sensitivity to noise, basically, that I have, for instance. Like I'm very cognizant of loud, noises in the background. There's some noises I cannot stand to hear. Like I just can't stand to hear it. Other people don't have that, and it's kind of unusual, but they will share other things about process and sort of order that I will like, kind of thing. So they will share those things, but it's not like everybody shares the same symptoms, kind of thing. It's very weird. It's a very weird one, but we're starting to understand it and adjust for it, and that's good. And I think there's some lovely people out there on the autism spectrum, and them being able to interact with the world in a way that allows them to bring their particular neurodiversity to our thinking is a really good thing.
Yeah, and not just for the individuals who now get to live a better life, but also for the rest of humanity, like collectively, all of humanity. The more we can learn from atypical neurology, the better we understand all neurology.
Well, not only that, but also that people with autism can sometimes specialize in things that they're absolutely fantastic at. Like I know for a fact that the banks, the banking industry, keep an eye out for autistic people because they spot patterns really well, and where the pattern breaks, kind of thing. So they'll be perfectly happy watching the pattern and then notice when it breaks, when somebody not on the spectrum won't notice that. And it's an advantage for them, kind of thing, which does sound a little bit exploitative, but welcome to late stage capitalism kind of thing, So, but it's good that we are all different. We all bring different perspectives to this world. Some people are good at some things, and some people think, in other ways, and that's a good thing. Sort of, so diversity in all its forms makes humanity stronger.
Which is somewhat relatedly another one of the problems I have with religion, because it tries to force everyone
Yes.
to be the same.
Correct, and think the same way, hold the same thoughts. If thoughts occur to people and they're not prescribed thoughts, you have to be ashamed of them, and that causes problems. It's just a very it's just a very rigid system, and yeah.
Yar. There's a lot of oof.
Accurately, we've checked, report what that teacher was saying when his teacher was too boring to listen to. Don't we all wish our brains could do that?
Okay, that I relate to. I've had so many teachers who would lecture on and on about stuff I learned about, when I was 4 years old and digging into my parents' college textbook collection. And so instead, I'd listen to everyone else in the room, or if the door was open and the teacher across the way's door was open, then I'd listen to that teacher. Anything to keep the mind occupied instead of just being bored to tears, especially about something that not only did I know better than the teacher did, but the teacher was getting shit wrong, and I couldn't correct them without getting into trouble.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so the expanse of the mind is far beyond what we have described it as being capable of being. So one can look at this data and say, this looks to me like intimations that we do, in some key and important way, have consciousness that is mediated through our minds, but is not limited.
Okay, so here's a mistake that you're making, sir. Shavit, I believe it is the guy's name. You are starting to talk about how the mind works to a neurologist. It's a fundamental mistake when you start to take I know all this stuff about a mind, when in a discussion with a neurologist. He's going to be aware of the capacity of the mind, and just because you think the mind is only capable of certain things doesn't mean that he's going to agree. Most neurologists know that the capacity of the mind to do things is extraordinary, because they're freaking neurologists. Harris is on the stage. Back out. Go back. You don't want to go down this road.
Do you think he forgot that atheists can have a profession aside from being atheists?
To our brain.
Actually, he probably did, because his profession is the opposite of being a public atheist. He is a public religious guy. That's his actual job, and he may think that that's what the atheist proponents do too. Is they're just preachers for atheism. And also, that old hooligan snuck in and gifted 5 emberships. Fucking cool.
Woo-hoo.
And those went to B.S. Lewis, Titan Uranus.
Titan your anus. Titan Uranus.
I don't know why that always hangs up.
Wise
BTF
words.
Wayne,
Wise words.
Hillhugger, and Vesta Freya. Awesome. Congratulations. Everyone enjoy the fun random emojis. I'm just clicking all of them, as I often do. I will once again remind people that we do democratic emojis here. The members get to vote on new emojis when emoji slots open up, which is caused by more memberships. So, if you want to vote on the next emoji, maybe consider becoming a member. It's a good time. Also, there's other perks. Everybody at what is it? Spark or Cinder, the second level, gets early access all the videos, like before they premiere, the members get a release, and there's a bunch of perks. I can't remember all of them, but I mean, also the emojis. And
Oof.
Robin Webster striking with another gifted membership that went to
Hit
Sydney
John.
Raptor. Hey, I
Yeah,
haven't
hit
seen John
John.
around in a while. But yay.
No,
Awesome.
he's been around. I think I saw him in one of my streams the other day. He's definitely around. I'm just not. He's over at Eastern States time, I believe. So it's sort of hard for him to get away sometimes.
Yeah. That puts him in the future from you, even, I think.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. All this time travel. But thank you, Robin.
Yeah.
Also, Robin, I don't know if you saw on Bree's stream earlier, I mentioned, thanks for the thing you sent. It was very helpful today. The kids noticed and they thought it was super fucking cute. So I thought you might appreciate knowing that. Where the hell was I? Okay.
And then it's equally plausible to say, until you're dead, you have no business talking about it. It does feel to me that the irrelevant aspect of this, and the Freudian in me looks at the animus here and says that's what needs to be accounted for.
Is being a Freudian heritable?
I don't. Well, he says the Freudian in me. I guess that he believes in some of the Freud. I mean, Freud had some really weird ideas. He had some good ideas, but really weird ideas. Look, I mean, but are you trying to shut the discussion down until you die? You have no business talking about it. Well, if you could go to all the other theists and tell them that would be appreciated, because we're not the ones bringing it up. We're really not the ones promising all this stuff. We're just the ones saying, hey, how the hell do you know that?
Right?
I don't know. It's very, very weird.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. That's always been my question. I asked my grandmother that on one of the times that she tried to console my existential dread. Oh, well, when you die, you go to heaven, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, well, how do you know? You've never been dead. You know? I don't know. I think that's where I started to form the concept that made me vulnerable to Mormonism. How Mormons believe that before you're born, you're in the same place that you go after you die. Now, I would tend to agree it's non-existence, but the Mormons think that it's like you're hanging out in heaven and then you get embodied, you get incarnated, live your life, and then go back to heaven or whatever. But yeah, I was kind of thinking along those lines as a little kid, because I'm like, how could a person possibly know about a thing that they've never experienced and never been, unless it is a place that they've already experienced and already been before they were born? And if there is such a thing as past lives, people, there can only be so many people who really were Cleopatra in a past life, but assuming some of them weren't lying or mistaken, then yeah, it shows that it's at least plausible that the human existence, the awareness, the soul, the consciousness, whatever you want to call that, is capable of existing before being incarnated in your current life. Then why not? Maybe to a little child that seemed logical enough, plausible, if not possible.
Well, to a child, yeah, but you have to grow up. You grow up and it doesn't seem so plausible anymore.
I know, and that's one of the things that really bugs me is I hear these theists who are supposed to be these deep thinkers regurgitating shit that I considered when I was 3 and 4 years old, and by the time I was in middle school had already discarded them. And I'm like, these are the height of theistic thought, and they're below middle school level thinking. What the fuck? It drives me crazy.
Yeah.
Booba Sweat says, if you've ever been anesthetized for a surgery, you've experienced brain death before. I know what
Yep.
you're getting at. It's not
Kinda.
quite the same because your brain isn't actually dead, but it is scary as hell because it's anybody who hasn't been through it, you're not gonna quite understand the profundity of the non-existence of being anesthetized. It's trippy as hell.
Mhm.
It's not like
Yep.
being asleep. It's not like being knocked unconscious. I've done that too, and there is a sense that time has passed. When you're anesthetized, you turn off, and then you turn back on later if all goes well, and there is no sense of any time. It
Right.
just is later. It's
Yeah.
very disturbing.
I was fully anesthetized for some dental work because my wisdom teeth were in a really horrible location. I had to have them out, and they just decided, oh, we've got to do multiples. Might as well just knock them out. I thought someone punched me in the mouth because I had clicked off and then woke up and my mouth hurt, kind of thing. But there was no sense of time. This was the first time I was anesthetized, so I didn't know what to expect. My first instinct was someone just hit me because there was no pain and then there was pain.
That's
And there was
rough.
no time between it, kind of thing. No time at all between it. It was just click.
Yeah, and that can trigger an existential crisis itself. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
We're
It's
meat
really
robots.
confusing going through it first. Like the first time you go through it, it's so confusing because you sort of expect to have this unconsciousness, not a sense of non-existence. You just that there's no time in between it's trippy. Like I said, it's so trippy.
Yeah, on the one hand, it makes me, it fills me with existential dread because it's like, this is the non-existence. This is what death would actually feel like, except you don't feel anything. You're just not even there, and that's kind of terrifying. But on the flip side, it kind of, at least me, it makes me think that maybe that's what, when people say that God exists outside of time, maybe that's kind of what they think they're getting at, is that you don't actually cease to exist. You're just outside of time until your brain turns back on, and then you're back inside of time, which is why there's no experience of missing time, because you're not there for that span of time.
But you're still experiencing time. Like your heart's still beating, your lungs are still going, everything's happening. It's just that part of your brain, which is the self, has been turned off.
Now here's a trippy one. When your brain does turn back on and reinitialize, of course, it reactivates the consciousness program. markread.exe starts running again. But how can you be sure that it's the same version of the program as before and not a different you that only thinks it's past you?
So run that by me one more time.
Like,
It's
what if your brain completely shuts off and that's it? That's oblivion. That you is gone to the great beyond or whatever awaits. And then when your brain turns back on, the brain being an organic computer, it does what it does, and it starts running its boot up sequence, and it processes memories and behavioral patterns and this and that, and it constructs a new you that thinks it's the original you because of all the surrounding data and processes and things. But it's not. It's a completely different instance of mark.exe running.
I mean, what's the difference? If we're an amalgamation of all of our experiences and memories and the way that our neural pathways are organized, then what's the difference?
I mean, from your perspective as you experience you, it wouldn't make any difference. But if there is
Right.
such a thing as a reality to a soul, if you will, then if that's the case, then your first soul is now in whatever there is for an afterlife, even if it's oblivion. It went on, and now there's another soul
Oh, I
inside.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the way that dualism works and that people try to explain dualism is that it's the mind and consciousness thinking first, and then that causes the physical stuff in your brain. So they kind of they have the cart before the horse, to be honest with you. But oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't mention wagons. I know that happened to you, and I'm so sorry. But yeah, so in that case, it would be a case of like you can't have yourself without soul, kind of thing. Like so if there was a new soul, it would be something completely different, and it would change your brain into, the neural pathways and memories that you have for that soul. So I think with dualism, it's really weird that they think that the soul is the thing that is providing all of that stuff that we kind of know is memory and neural pathways and stuff. Um, I've never had a good explanation as to why, say, electrotherapy can change your thoughts and personality and things like that, if it is the soul causing the brain patterns rather than the other way around, or the mind causing the brain patterns rather than the other way around. So yeah, I don't think that works, Amber.
No, I don't think it does. It's like with most things. There's
Yeah.
no reason to think so. It's just a fun way to think about things. I got the idea actually from my father, who once posed to me that there was a school of thought that considered you're only in your own mind for one day. When you go to sleep, you leave this body, and then the next morning you'll enter another body that, as far as we can tell, is determined at random. And then you will think you're that person, because being in that brain, you'll have access to that person's memories and preferences and so forth. You
Yeah.
read the data, and then you animate the body and continue running that program. So the you today is different from the you tomorrow. And
Well,
the
it
soul will
depends
be in a
what.
different body, kind of thing.
Well, it depends, because if you're a materialist, there is no extra thing of the mind. The mind's just an emergent property that we name, that is the various systems working in conjunction, the various physical orientation, the various neurons and synapses of the brain and how they're working. So there is no real way to copy somebody onto another brain unless you're reconstructing that brain exactly how it is, basically. So I think that and there's memories and things like that. Sure, you could possibly transfer them, but I think that the whole idea of a mind being this separate thing than the brain, I don't get on board. There's no reason to think that is the case, and a lot of reasons, due to the brain being damaged and affecting the personality, affecting the memories, affecting all of these things, that the physical structure of the brain is the thing that is providing that mind, that emerges from all of the different stuff working in conjunction with one another. So and yeah, that doesn't answer all the questions of why we're conscious, so the hard problem of consciousness, like why even be conscious. But I don't see why it wouldn't explain why there is a mind.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not a scientific certainty, but it seems, I don't know, I don't see another way around it except to suppose that there is a tremendously huge evolutionary advantage to creating this internal illusion of a single consciousness in charge of things, a decision maker, even though we know that a lot of the decisions we make aren't even our own choice.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
instinct, reflex, and so forth, and then the consciousness justifies it after the fact, saying, "Oh yeah, I chose to do that."
Mhm.
It's got survival advantages. It's got a lot of survival advantages.
Sure.
Not the least of which being faster processing, but you know, but it's also not for sure. Brains are weird.
Yep. Well, we're on a tangent.
Is that for many of us, hope in an afterlife grounds us and gives us direction. And the notion that my grandmother and I are not eternally separate is a source of great and abiding comfort to me.
Do you believe you'll see her?
So that's more wishful thinking. Is not only am I afraid of death, I'm afraid of never seeing my loved ones who've already passed. So I'm just going to believe that I do get to see them again, and hooray. But that's not actually proof. That's a hope, you know? These are not good arguments.
No.
Like, okay, so it gives you a grounding for hope and so forth. Great, but that doesn't make it true.
Yeah.
If by see you want me to walk into something literal,
Well, you just said you're not eternally separate. I don't know what you mean.
I'm using a metaphor because I think we are packets of energy. Look, I get that from physics as well. We are packets of energy, and I don't think those packets of energy are necessarily limited to our body. And the last thing I have to say, just to clear my reputation here, at no point did I say that first century literature was irrelevant. What I said is it's not meant to be taken literally.
What he said was that it's man-made, but details.
And plus, so packets of energy, like, you can talk about energy if you want to refer to physics. You can talk about energy as the ability to do work, basically. So we have thermal energy, we have electrical energy, we have all of this kind of energy, potential, kinetic, like all of these different forms of energy. And no one's arguing that the energy that forms your body, and indeed your brain, will not sort of return to go somewhere else, right? That's not what we're talking about with an afterlife. We're talking about the consciousness surviving that process. So really, he's just said absolutely nothing. Like, that's saying absolutely nothing. It's just saying, hey, your body is made of energy. In this case, it's matter. It's going to break down and become energy for something else. Yes, that's not the question.
A lot of theists invoke thermodynamics, not just for the creation event, but also for what happens to you after you die. It's true that, the energy that comprises your consciousness is using energy. And when you stop using that energy, it will dissipate back into the biosphere. That's still conserved. It doesn't have to go somewhere. In fact, if it did go somewhere, like heaven or hell or whatever else, then it would be a violation of the conservation of matter and energy, because that energy would functionally no longer be in the universe. So it doesn't work the way he seems to think it does.
I want to piggyback on what Brad said.
That's not what it said.
We've gone around this several times. Almost every time that Christopher and I have debated, which is now several times, I've made this same point, but obviously to no effect. So
what do you call it when you keep doing the same thing over and over, expecting
madness?
different results? I don't know. Maybe that's like a theist tactic. Is, if you say something to a person like, Jesus died for your sins or whatever, and you don't believe it, and then someone says it again, and someone says it again, maybe eventually it becomes true, or at least that's the idea.
Either the point is not good, or the point is not good. But I want to make it anyway. Listen, when someone explains their own beliefs by reason and explains your belief by psychology, you actually don't have to listen to them. Because this is what happens to religious people all the time. I'm an atheist because I'm strong and rational and thoughtful. You're about wish fulfillment. And therefore, religious people are by definition weaker, less sophisticated. We understand, you shouldn't be religious, but I understand you need it. There are people who believe in the afterlife who are weak and fearful, and people who believe in the afterlife.
What's that?
No, because atheists can be just as rational as anybody else. There's atheists that are irrational and they believe in things that cannot be demonstrated. What we're sort of saying is, hey, we're believing things because of good cause, and you are not, because you can't, like, if you're saying, hey, well, you believe in, these fundamental things, we've got science to demonstrate that is true, or most probably true, almost certainly true. But you're sort of saying, hey, there's this thing that I can't demonstrate, can't show, can't in any way support my claim that it's real, but I'm going to say that it's real.
Like, even if you're arguing that these are just all metaphors to some central, elusive, ephemeral truth that we can get the shape of but never quite truly grasp, it's still not the same as being rational.
Right. And I mean, you just piggyback that off your debate partner just making an argument from consequence. And that's what wishful thinking is. It's an argument from consequence. It's like, well, I wouldn't like it if I just ceased to exist. Well, yeah, that would be the consequence if that were true. But, having a bad consequence like, oh, well, I wouldn't exist anymore, doesn't make it true or false. Like, it's got no impact on it that you don't like that outcome, whether it's true or not. So for him to make sort of a logical fallacy, and then you to go on and say, oh, well, you're just saying that we're irrational. Well, your partner just made a fallacy. Like, it doesn't mean that you're irrational, but that's an irrational argument. I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah.
Afterlife who are courageous and strong. There are atheists who are weak and fearful. There are atheists who are courageous and strong. It is an unworthy argument to say that someone believes in something because of wish fulfillment, as opposed to someone believes in something because it makes sense or it doesn't make sense. That's not the way you ought to argue about religion or anything else.
No, it really is. Like, okay, first of all, calling an argument unworthy doesn't mean the argument is incorrect. That's like a dodge of the actual criticism. But
I'm wondering what he means by unworthy.
I think he means that it might be like a false characterization. I don't know. But it really, it's almost like a concession. Like, yes, you've got me cornered. I am completely wrong, but it's uncouth of you to point it out that particular way. You know?
Right. Yeah. That's sort of what it sounds like, doesn't it? It's sort of like, well, I have my beliefs. I'm saying there is a truth about reality. You've called me out for not being able to demonstrate it. It's really unworthy of you to do so.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, you're in a fencing match and you're getting mad because your opponent got a touch. Well, it's unworthy of you to do that. That's actually sort of the point of this particular exercise, but, whatever.
Yeah. It's unworthy of you.
It's a what now?
How dare you point out my fallacies? How unworthy of you.
Right. It's not the way we do things in this civilized world.
Right. We respect each other's religions here. Sorry, Matt, you're making claims about the world. Sorry. People are going to push back on that and demand that you show them. That's not unworthy. That's being rational.
Yeah, like, if you can't, that's fine, but I'm not going to believe you then.
Mm-hmm.
Ay.
Bradley just said that his belief in an afterlife is predicated on the effect this belief has in his life. It gives him hope.
Yes.
He finds it immensely consoling.
Is that why you believe in the afterlife? I'm just curious.
No, but it is one of the benefits of it.
Okay,
Right.
so
It has a consequence, but that doesn't mean that that's why. Look, I find it enormously consoling and wonderful to think that my daughter loves me. But I don't believe it because I find it enormously consoling. I believe it because she does.
Okay.
She's a teenager.
You do, right? Okay, just
Look, he believes in a thing because he can empirically verify that it's real. We're on to something here.
Yeah. Well, where's the God? We can ask if there's the afterlife. You've just asked your daughter in the audience. Is God in the audience? We can confirm that one as well. This is the problem. And plus, he did make that argument. He did an appeal to consequence. Nobody forced him to do that. Nobody forced him to say, hey, I find it very comforting. But that's the appeal that he made. It's like he's been caught out. And I love that that didn't get past Sam Harris. He absolutely spotted that for what it was. It's an appeal to consequence. You're saying, hey, I wouldn't like it if I don't get to go to heaven. And it comforts me that that is the consequence of my beliefs. That is a fallacy. And no one forced him to make that argument, but that argument he did. You can't throw out something like that and go, well, it makes me comforted as well. That's just a bonus. It's not the reason why. Then why do you believe? Have you noticed they haven't addressed that? Why do they believe? What's the reasons for them believing? They're justifying it with how they feel. That science hasn't got everything either. Another fallacy. It's a tu quo quo. Science and religion are about on par. There's a whole bunch of really bad arguments they're trotting out, but they haven't actually told anybody what the rational justification for their belief is. Haven't told anybody.
Well, that's sort of... There are two rules to apologetics, whether it's Christian or anything else. The first is never discuss what you believe. Always focus on the other guy's belief. And the second is never answer a question. Or at least never answer the question asked. Always change it to a question you'd rather ask. Yeah.
little empirical verification there.
I mean, there's a false assumption.
He even called it empirical verification. I'm a fucking prophet up in here.
Wow.
And
but
yet
it wasn't one of his opponents. It was him.
Yes. It just
wow.
zoomed right over his head like nil.
Wow.
Holy crap. Like, yes, exactly. So can we have the same, can you do the same trick for the afterlife?
But it's kind of that special pleading, but it's outside the realms of science or, checking with the audience whether it's real. Dude, you're not supposed to point out your own mistakes. Like, just keep, if you make a mistake, just keep low. Don't draw attention to it.
Ay. Why? Why?
Assumption about science operating here. Science is not in principle committed to the idea that there's no afterlife or that the mind is identical to the brain.
Correct.
Or that materialism is true. Science is completely open to whatever in fact is true. And if it's true that the consciousness is being run like software on the brain and can, by virtue of ectoplasm or something else we don't understand, can be dissociated from the brain at death, that would be part of our growing scientific understanding of the world if we could discover it. Now,
that the way he phrases that is interesting because it's not impossible that the brain is effectively a giant antenna, like how we got television in the old days was a big old antenna on top of our roofs that collected a signal. And
I think you're getting really shaky when it comes down to, say, split brain patients and things like electrotherapy changing people's personality. Like if you have an antenna, splitting the antenna in half shouldn't create two separate personalities. It's what it shouldn't do.
No, but if you take the antenna and you run a coaxial cable from the antenna to your television set or whatever, and then you put a cable splitter on that cable and run it to two separate televisions, then you are splitting the signal.
Yes, but they'll be an identical signal.
Right, but you could tune one to channel 3 and the other to channel 9, and they would...
Yeah, it kind of doesn't work because you've got no interaction between the two halves at all. There's no signals being carried between the two halves. I mean, yeah, if you want to sort of propose some kind of, for lack of a better word, supernatural connection between them, or a connection that we can't find between them, you could posit that as a possibility. I think it's strong evidence against that happening, though, because yeah.
I tend to agree. I'm just running with it for devil's advocate reasons, but I have heard people pose it that effectively, the real you is a player in another dimension, and your brain is acting like the video game controller running your sim or something like that. And I don't really like that explanation. Maybe it's my own wishful thinking, but it seems to me that, when your character dies in a video game, that character doesn't live forever by integrating into you, the real person, the next universe up. It's just dead. All that's left is the memory you carry of having played that character. So it doesn't actually help to pose things that way.
Mm.
Oh, I broke it again.
No.
And there are ways we could, in fact, discover that if it were true. The problem is there are very good reasons to think it's not true. And we know this from now 150 years of neurology, where you damage areas of the brain and faculties are lost. And they're clearly, it's not that everyone with brain damage has their soul perfectly intact. They just can't get the words out. Everything about your mind can be damaged by damaging the brain. You can cease to recognize faces, you can cease to know the names of animals, but you still know the names of tools. I mean, the fragmentation in the way in which our mind is parcellated at the level of the brain is not at all intuitive, and there's a lot known about it. And what we're being asked to consider is that you damage one part of the brain, and the mind, something about the mind and subjectivity is lost. You damage another, and yet more is lost. And yet if you damage the whole thing at death, we can rise off the brain with all our faculties intact, recognizing grandma and speaking English. Now,
like I said, David, you don't want to bring up the brain and mind in with a neurologist. Like I said, it's
It's not a great plan. It's a bold move. I do have to give them that.
It's a bold move, Cobble. Let's see how it plays out.
Yes. It kind of reminds me of that William Lane Craig versus the physicist guy that we reviewed a couple of months back, where he pulled up an actual bit from Alan Guth about the inflationary calculations. But I of course I'm bad with names, so I can't remember the fella's name. But yeah, it's a similar thing. Like, maybe don't challenge a scientist in his specific field of expertise.
Yeah.
At least if you're not similarly equipped and armed.
Yeah.
And I think a much more important point is, if everything you're saying about your religious orientation is true, because you're basically confessing a kind of scientific attitude toward the mysteries of subjectivity and what happens after death, then the usefulness of holding to these traditions and these first century books is I'm completely at a loss. I mean, it seems like you're in the wrong line of work. You should be psychologists.
And I'm sorry to say, David, that your shorthand account of our disagreement is a little
self-serving.
A little deceptive. I mean, if you say to me of yourself the fact that I hold a belief that makes me feel better has nothing to do with why I hold the belief. I might just believe it from you, I suppose. But Freud isn't as crude as you make him sound. He said that to ask people to accept that humanity's oldest fear, that of death, and oldest wish, that of the ability to survive it, has nothing to do with the faith in an afterlife. It's only a coincidence if it makes people feel better. I'm not going to accept that, and you shouldn't be putting it about either. Yeah.
David, you didn't get it.
Yeah, like it kind of makes me think of, like, again, why I should have sped this up earlier, but why do we have to go through death if there's an all-powerful God involved? If there is an afterlife, why not go directly to that?
Yeah.
Why is there even the process of death? Very strange to me.
And especially sort of slow and painful death like you have in palliative care and things like that. Like why that? Why the body slowly breaking down in sort of, horrendous condition? Why put somebody through that? Why not just, like you say, beam me up, Scotty? Don't put us through that. Seems childish and vindictive at that point.
Yeah, like if there is a point and purpose to life, or a divine purpose for every single individual person, what the hell is up with all that crap?
Chance to respond to the near death. Does that have any impact on your beliefs?
Well, I'll just say this about near-death experiences. First of all, I would love, I wouldn't like to have one, but I'd love to have one. And I've been operated on several times with the sad result of having nothing other than unconsciousness during the operation. But
right?
8 million people have reported these near-death experiences, according to a Gallup poll in '92. So presumably others have had it since then. The sort of William James pragmatic test of whether an experience is real is that, in fact, many of them report that they no longer fear death, that their lives have radically changed as a result of it. And the only thing I would say is, do I say that this is proof that there's an afterlife? My answer is no, but. And here's the but. There's this philosopher named Jackson, I think Fred Jackson, who proposed the following experiment. Dennett's commented on it. I don't know if either of you have, but I'd be curious to know what you think. He said, look, let's say you had a brilliant scientist in a room with a black and white television in a black and white room, and the only thing she ever saw was black and white. And she became the world's expert. Her name is Mary in his experiment. She became the world's expert on the physiology of vision. She knew everything about vision, about the neuroscience of vision, about the way the retina works and so on. She knew as much as it is possible to be known. Now he said, imagine that you turn on the television and it's in color. Has she learned something? In other words, is there something you learn from experience that is not reducible to intellection? And my sense is, yes, she would have learned something if all of a sudden she saw colors that she could not have known if she was an expert in the neuroscience of color. Someone who has a near-death experience is saying to us, I actually learned something from the experience that you can't reduce to this is some kind of trick that we don't understand yet that your brain did. I'm not willing to say that it's proof of the afterlife, but I'm also not willing to dismiss it with a few laughs and say that all the millions of people who've had this experience and have felt that it gave them important information about life are wrong and foolish.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. You go.
One interesting point. A few people have critiqued near-death experiences by pointing out that every recorded instance involves our senses, our sight, our hearing, sometimes our touch, sometimes our smell, whatever. But in no recording ever has a person reported experiencing another sense that they don't have as a mortal. And why should that be? If we truly are ascending to a higher dimension, even temporarily, the fact that our sense of smell would work is a little weird. But
That
the
is a
fact
bit
that
weird,
we don't have like a sense of something else, of an extra spatial dimension, or a sense of eternity, or that different direction of the time dimension, or something other than our mortal experience, not just what we have now, but also something that we don't have now. Like in terms of these of his thought experiment, there is no color television. But also, relating to the color television thing, That is a thing that can be measured. Once Miriam, the hypothetical scientist, is exposed to that, now she can measure it. And that's also a thing we don't get from NDEs. It's not a
Yes.
color television that we get the signal, and now we can study it and learn about different wavelengths and the cones and in the eyes, not just the rods. She could do that once she has the information. We can't do that with NDEs.
And it's interesting the language he's using. He's sort of saying all these people feel like they had this experience, which is very telling, that he knows that he can't say they had this experience. They just feel like it made their lives better. Especially that most of them happen to people who are religious, and they see their own religion iconography, no matter what their religion they are. So it's sort of, yeah, it may cause them to sort of have more of a interest in life, or kind of thing. But somebody who has a near-death experience, nearly dies, may have that as well. That's the whole point. Like, you're attributing it to this extra dimensional supernatural realm, while we don't, like, you will acknowledge that they feel like they've got a better life, and you're taking that as significant, even though we cannot measure that as anything but a feeling. Like you said, we can't do it like the TV, where we could actually measure the colors coming out, use a a chronograph or something to measure the colors. It's sort of, you're back in black and white, and presumably it's the color's never going to return. I don't know how we could even go about doing that. It's weird. It's a weird analogy, because he's kind of just going, well, tons of people think they've been abducted by UFOs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, does the sheer number and the consistency of the report. In fact, the consistency of the reports of people who allegedly were abducted by UFOs is considerably greater
Yes.
than the consistency of the reports of NDEs, where you've got Christians all reporting one thing, but Muslims all reporting something different, and Hindus all reporting something different. When you're dealing with UFOs, it's almost always exactly the same story, regardless of religious background. Most peculiar. I guess that makes aliens even more real than God. Oof. But I don't know. It's just, nobody describes that sensation of a color television turning on for the first time. It's not part of any recorded NDEs. So what the fuck? it's a cool sounding analogy that makes you think, but if you do think about it, it runs counter to what he thinks it's saying. Also, I don't want to let him get away with the fact that earlier we partially pointed out that he's just hand-waving away the differences between the different NDE types of experiences, how they are mutually contradictory, the same way religions are mutually contradictory. Any single religion could be correct, but when you put all of them together and then throw the requirement on the table that there can only be one right answer, that's a problem. It's the same thing with NDEs. If they're seeing something true, only one version of them can be the truth, at best.
How does the 8 billion stack up against the people who've been inseminated by UFOs or their pilots?
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
We are just on the ball with the prophecy today.
Mm-hmm.
It's that future person thing, isn't it? You knew what was going to happen.
Absolutely.
I think there's probably some overlap.
Or the many.
Let me tell you something.
Or the many. The many.
I don't.
It's certainly nothing compared to those who've seen the Virgin Mary's statues move or bleed. Nothing like.
But does that mean you believe that they, in fact, didn't have such an experience? Is that what you're saying?
No, those experiences are real to me, to them. All I ask is that they keep it to themselves if they possibly can. No, I mean, I knew very well a man named Hugh Montefiore, who was one of the only 2 Jewish boys at an English boarding school, until one day Jesus of Nazareth came into his room and said, "Follow me," which he did for the rest of his life. He ended up as a very senior member of the Church of England, and a bishop, in fact. In fact, the Bishop of Birmingham, which, by the way, is the first line of a limerick. And acted throughout as if that was as real to him as anything could be, and wrote some very interesting books indeed. And terribly upset the only other Jewish boy in that school who was left as the only other Jew. But yes, of course I have to grant that these things are real to him. I'm not sure I believe that the mass visions of weeping and bleeding statues are as real. I think there's a lot of collective hallucination.
Right. Well,
and if you ask people to draw what the Virgin looks like when they've only had a vision of her, it's always like the last icon that they saw.
I'm not saying that we should fall down every time terracotta gets wet. I mean, that's not my statement here, and I don't believe in weeping statues. But you anthologized 2 of these experiences. It's just that people gave them different interpretations of them. So I have to think that you actually take these experiences seriously. There's nothing in the Portable Atheist about visions of the Virgin Mary crying, but you put Ayer and Dennett's experience in there. They didn't necessarily think that it proved something about the afterlife, but you must have credited the experiences enough to put it in your book.
Well,
but
sure,
why doesn't
anything...
he? That's the question. If there's a preponderance of people seeing mystic visions means there's something supernatural happening, then why doesn't he believe in these miracles that they claim? People are claiming them. It's the intellectual inconsistency. He's willing to believe that there's possibly an afterlife on this flimsy evidence, but on other flimsy evidence, he doesn't go for it because it's not his religion.
Mm-hmm. And on the tangential subject of UFOs, I'll throw the tangent out again, because you know it's what we do here.
Sure.
I do actually have a UFO video. I may have played this before on a live, but you know, different audiences and things. This is from my second channel, Ember Travels, which I may be changing to something else in the future. I don't know for sure, but for now, that's where it is. This is a UFO over Salt Lake City. Did I mute this? I may have muted it. Oh, I didn't. Okay. There we go. So, yeah.
I don't know what I'm looking at there. It could be a blimp. It could be all kinds of things. I don't even know.
Well, is not to spoil the majesty of it for anybody who's watching, but it's the mountains next to Salt Lake City have a number of installations. The college. There's actually a very cool feature of Salt Lake City. They have a planetarium in the middle of downtown that is fiber optically connected to an observatory up on the mountain, so it's away from the city of lights.
Oh.
And even though there's lights on the facility up there, there's nothing else nearby. So when you drive through Salt Lake City, looking in that particular direction, particularly if you narrow down your window of view, you will see the lights of the observatory on the dark mountain seeming to hover above the city as you pass.
Oh, no.
So it's literally just, it's not
just
even
lights,
an optical illusion. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's, yeah. But as I drove through, it was when I was on the road a few months ago, the other guy happened to be driving, and I saw it up there, and I'm like, I could tell what it was from having seen it during the day, but the fact it was just like there, I'm like, that's interesting that as we're moving, if we'd been holding still, it wouldn't have worked. It had just been stationary.
Right.
But since we were moving, it made it look like it was moving too. Yeah. Neat tricks.
That suggests that people are having NDEs are pretty new, and so are a large number of medical and life-prolonging techniques. I think that's interesting enough in itself. that people can now live long enough or be well tended enough to have experiences of consciousness that we haven't even begun to study yet. That of course deserves to be taken seriously. But the people who say, oh, all that does is not really new, all it proves is what we already knew from the first vision or from the first promise of the divine, are doing what religion always does, assimilating what they can of the discoveries that would otherwise make nonsense of it.
It occurs to me as you're both talking that both of you have faced serious illness in your lives, and I'm wondering if that at all has shaped your view of the afterlife. David?
I actually don't think so. No. It neither mitigated my terror, nor did it, I think, reinforce my faith. I think that although I changed as a person, I don't think that I changed, at least I hope I changed as a person. I don't think I changed belief or the sense that people were more than stuff.
Christopher?
I would say it fractionally increases my contempt for the false consolation element of religion and my dislike for the dictatorial and totalitarian part of it. But I presume what I say by the first is self-evident. But what I mean by the second is it's considered perfectly normal in this society to approach dying people who you don't know, but who are unbelievers, and say, now are you going to change your mind? In fact, it's considered almost a polite question.
He
that's
makes
weird.
a joke of it, but it is weird. But also, what would happen if, like, say you had a Jewish person lying in a hospital bed, only a few minutes left to live, and a Christian priest comes along and says, "Oh, are you going to change your mind now?" And then say the person does. Okay, cool. Now he's a Christian. And then there's a mullah right behind the priest who goes, "Oh, are you going to change your mind now?" Like, what do you change it to? What convinces you? There's so many options.
Or you can be like Voltaire, and when the priest asks you to condemn Satan, you can say, now is no time for making enemies.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to be like Drew from Genetically Modified Skeptic and wind up going to hell in every religion. That's no way to have an afterlife.
Right. That's terrible. Yeah, that'd be a horrible afterlife.
They have to timeshare your soul for the different tortures.
Yep.
And as you know, there's a long history of fraud about this. People claim that Darwin had a deathbed recantation. They'd made up lies about Thomas Paine. It goes on all the time. It's a very nasty little history. But there's also a horrible undertone of blackmail to it. People write and say, look, you've got about one chance left now. Aren't you going?
That was actually almost prophecy on Hitchens' part, because even though he didn't say so, there's that implication that someone will eventually make up the same lies about him.
Yep.
And Eric Hovind did just that in another previous video we've covered on this channel. Yep,
absolutely disgusting. And some of them, I think, I can't remember who it is, but it might be the Latter-day Saints. I can't remember, but they do after death conversions on people. They basically baptize them into the religion after their death.
Yeah, the posthumous baptisms.
Yeah. Disgusting.
I think it's actually literally criminal because it's tampering with human remains. It's really fucked up.
And it's assigning the whole idea of telling somebody what they believe when you're alive is repugnant enough. You know, the fact that you can't defend your beliefs and they're doing it after you're dead is just doubly so. I mean, at least when I'm alive, I'm here to clear the record and say, hey, no, I'm not, what you're accusing me of. Or make my stance clear that I'm an atheist. After I'm dead, that's just horrible.
Yeah. Ugh. It's so rude.
But it's that idea that they have the presupposition that everybody will recant on their deathbed. Nobody will, die an atheist because you'll suddenly see the light. And so they will lie to enforce that belief. They'll lie to tell themselves and everybody around them that is what happens, because they can't accept that some people, like the wonderful Mr. Hitchens, did not believe in a God, did not believe in Christ, and still went to his grave as an atheist. They just will not accept that. And that's not his problem. That's your problem. You've got to accept reality.
Well, as we know, accepting reality isn't often a theist's
Oh, that's
concept.
true.
Yeah.
to take it. I'm writing to you as a friend. They've even tried on me when I've been very ill and I haven't had quite the vinegar I'd like to have had in a hospital bed. I don't mind. I can take it. But I think there are a lot of people older than myself, iller than myself, perhaps at the risk of seeming conceited, less educated than myself, to whom that's a horrible experience. It's very depressing and alarming to be spoken to in that way. I mean, if Sam and I were to form a core of people to go around religious hospitals, which is what happens in reverse, and say to people who are lying in pain, say, did you say you were Catholic? Yes. Well, look, you may only have a few days left, but you don't have to live them as a serf, you know. Just recognize that was all bullshit, that the priests have been cheating you.
Yes. It may be too late for the 10% of your income, but you can at least be free in death. And oh my goodness, that actually could be a hell of a sales pitch. Like, to be free in death instead of pent up in an eternity of servitude to a God who, according to the holy texts, is not a very nice guy.
No, he's really not. But, I mean, you can imagine the outcry it would cause, if atheists were going around doing that.
Yeah. Although, I think we could do something similar without necessarily causing the same level of offense by doing exactly the same thing the preacher people do, is if we secular folk, when we find ourselves in a position where we might be in need of last rites, instead of asking for a priest, ask for, what would you even call the humanist equivalent of a minister?
Pirate?
Perhaps. Avast ye lubbers.
Aren't they pirates in FSM?
Yes, the pirates are the
yeah.
prophet of his noodly goodness.
Yeah.
But like if we asked for a humanist council or something,
Celebrant. I don't know. Is celebrant the right word for that? Usually
yeah, I think celebrant could work.
Celebrant, maybe.
Yeah, but if we started asking for that on our deathbeds, then it would kind of do the same thing.
Well, if you really want my honest opinion, I mean, I know I'm cracking jokes kind of thing, but if you really want my honest opinion, I would want a palliative care specialist.
Well, yeah.
So what you're talking about there is somebody that deals with people dying, can ease your pain through various medications, and can provide psychological services if you are passing away. Like, come on now, that's what you want.
I guess it depends on the circumstances. Like, if I've got a couple of weeks, yeah, absolutely. I want someone who's good at making me more comfortable. But if I've got like a couple of minutes, I don't know. I might ask for a bartender. I might ask for a bard. When my grandmother was passing,
Okay.
it was a very slow, unpleasant process for her. And I had a very large family on that side, so she was just surrounded by relatives the whole fucking time. And she'd lost the ability to speak, but you could see from the look in her eyes that it was making her very uncomfortable, constantly being surrounded by people who weren't there for her, they were there for them. It's such a weird thing when people gather for the passing of a loved one, because they didn't visit for years and years. They just don't want to feel guilty when it's too late, And so when I was there, I made it a point to sing to her one of her favorite songs. She was very, very Irish. So there's a song called the Old Irish Blessing. And when I did, she like just focused in on the sound of my voice. And again, she didn't have the power of speech, but the look in her eyes changed. And maybe it's wishful thinking on my part, but I like to think that I helped give her peace because it was something for her to make her more comfortable. And I think that's what I might like if I'm in a similar situation, is someone who's there trying to bring me peace,
Yeah, well, I mean, it's sort of, I think that amount of suffering that we can help ease people through it, and have voluntary euthanasia, if it does get that bad, that we can help people, instead of suffer, just ease them into death and have sort of something to stop the pain kind of thing while they do pass away. But it depends. I guess different people will ask for different things, and that's fine. That's totally fine. I totally get it. It's just there's no possibility of me asking for a priest at the end. There's no way. I cannot see the point. I want somebody with, if I'm passing away, I want somebody with pain easing medication, not a frigging holy book and a lot of guilt. There's no way.
Yeah, that's not the last thing anybody needs to see. It's oof. I'm also thinking of an analogy I made once about the horrors of capitalism, because a lot of people I went to school with just couldn't understand why I didn't like capitalism. Oh, look at all the good things capitalism brought us, like innovation and science and medicine. I'm like, no. Those are things
I don't
that
know
we
if
were
that
doing
was
anyway.
capitalism. I don't know if that's capitalism. I suppose innovation is partly driven by sort of capitalism, but I think innovation can be driven by a number of things that you don't need capitalism for that. Especially not the runaway, rampant capitalism we have at the moment.
Yeah, as we've seen in recent years, that capitalism actually kind of hinders innovation by getting big companies that just stifle all possible competition.
Yeah, monopolies.
Yeah, it's just it doesn't do what people say it does. So to explain, at least on the exploitation of humans side of things, I said, imagine that you're on your deathbed. The doctor comes in and says you have 1 hour left to live, and your family's all gathered in the next room to see you and say their goodbyes and all this and that. And then your boss storms into the room and says, I need you to go stand at a cash register for that last hour of your life. And for this, I will give you $5. $5 for your last hour on this earth.
Mm-hmm.
Who in the world would take that offer?
No one. Yeah, no one.
Yeah. Now, what makes that hour in any way different from this hour? It's still an hour you could be spending with your loved ones, or doing something that brings you joy, or doing something that makes the world better. And instead you're trading it for, well, now the minimum wage in the US is $7.25, but it's the same principle. A truly paltry amount of money that's not enough to even get one meal for yourself on, let alone feed a family, let alone pay any significant bills. It's hugely exploitative, and yet everybody seems to just be okay with it because it's just the way things are. But, I do digress. Many tangents. It's a damn good thing there's an emoji for this.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you'll feel better. I don't think that would be very ethical.
Okay, but
I think it would be something of a breach of taste. But if it's in the name of if it's in the name of God, it has a social license. Well, fuck that, is what I say.
Fair. And we've been doing that for a few centuries, and things have, we've toned down what's acceptable in the name of God. Like burning people at the stake is generally looked down on these days. Subjecting people to the thumbscrews, or stripping them naked in the town square and dangling from the nearest convenient lintel. It's but it's not all the way gone. Like, it's still considered acceptable to just call someone an atheist in the street as if it were a curse, It's weird. Take
Just
away
putting
other
in chat,
people's rights.
the Australian minimum wage is $23 an hour.
Damn.
Well, you've got to take exchange rates and stuff into consideration. So, versus US exchange, it's usually 75%, 66 cents in a dollar. So, give me one sec.
1520 US, according to the Googles. Well, currently the exchange rate is 78%.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's neat.
Yeah, so you guys are so far behind on like in most countries, that's not a particularly massive minimum wage throughout the world. You guys are so far behind on minimum wage. It's crazy.
I have a news flash. We're behind on a
Yeah.
lot of social things.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Especially
getting kind
medical.
of rough over
Holy
here.
crap. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And will say, if it's my last breath, thank you.
Fred.
When I was 12, I had what the doctor incorrectly labeled as a terminal inoperable cancer. And the first procedure by which they discovered that was as humiliating a medical procedure as a 12-and-a-half-year-old boy could possibly go through. And raised in a good atheist home, and I don't mean that with any irony, I mean a good atheist home, I had this vision with my eyes of Moses and the children of Israel going through the split sea. Being that I was a good atheist, that passed. It turns out that the terminal sentence was a bit of an exaggeration. So I recovered. The disease came back twice. I've survived it thus far, although I'm a rabbi, so there is some long-term consequence that's debilitating.
He's telling on himself an awful lot in this debate.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, you know, I enjoy it, but still. Also, since, Hitchens prophesied that, with his final breath, he would say, fuck religion. But I decided to Google what were his last words. And according to Andrew Sullivan, I'm not sure who that is or how they relate, but
yeah.
according to Andrew Sullivan, his last words were capitalism downfall. And then, in accordance with his wishes, his body was donated to medical research.
Nice.
Well played.
Yeah. Falling out for Hitch. You will be missed.
And indeed has been.
Mm-hmm.
If he could see the shit that was going on in the U.S. now, oh my goodness.
He would certainly have something to say about it.
Oh, yeah.
I was a chaplain at Sloan Kettering, walked into someone's room, and she said, looking at this little 25-year-old kid, what the hell can you possibly say to me? You've never had cancer. And I blurted out, I did too, which was the first time I ever consciously was aware that I had had cancer, even though I had gone to cancer wards and whatever. My point here is that mystical experience did not make me a believer. I didn't have a thing to put it on until I became a believer for other reasons, and then I remembered it and went, oh yeah, there was something there. So the challenge I would like to make is I think that in some important way, we really need to become allies. If you'd like to see me as a psychologist, and I need you to write a short note to my mother before the evening is out, because that will please her no end. I also want to say that I think that kind of militant literalism is equally offensive and problematic on both sides. I don't recognize myself, and I will say here in this audience that neither Rabbi Wolpe nor I are marginal to the religious experience of the Jewish community here. So that may be both good news and bad news for you. It means you actually have what I think of as secular religious people who are your allies in everything except for the finish line, and that may hurt book sales.
Well, it's to some.
What a weird statement. Secular religious people.
I've heard some apologists make similar statements when they're trying to create that false analogy that science is a religion, that atheism is a religion, that evolution is a religion, because we're all related to strawberries and all of that crap.
Yeah, but he's going for atheism, not science kind of thing. That's what he's going for. And yeah, there's militant atheists, but you don't call them religious because that's something they're not. That's the thing. I definitely see there are atheists that really hassle people that believe differently than they do. And I think that a lot of it is perception based, that they get criticism for not being able to demonstrate their beliefs, and they take it as, oh, that person's just militant. But yeah, there's some out there who are really militant anti-theists. I get that. Sure. It's not fucking religious.
I'm curious what the hell he meant when he said that neither he nor Rabbi Wolpe were marginal. Like,
Um,
did he mean
I,
extremist, like on the fringe, or did he mean that they're
yeah. So
important?
no, I think that he's sort of saying that most of their religion holds the same views, like their religious views are not fundamentalist views or unusual views. They're pretty mainstream for their religion, is what I took away from that. Right? They're sort of saying, hey, this isn't an unusual view for people in the religion. It's pretty, held by a majority of people. I think he's trying to say, hey, we're not fundies. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a weird word choice. Makes it
Yeah,
unclear
but
what he's trying to say.
well, yeah, but I think instead of, to me, instead of going, you know, I think he's trying to say, hey, this isn't unusual to think this way. It's perfectly normal. Instead of thinking that's perfectly normal, I'm thinking, holy crap, that's usual where you're from. It's like you put pineapple on your pizza and you think
Yeah.
that's normal.
Is it customary to do this thing?
Yeah, is that normal where you're from? How dare you, sir? Yeah, so it's kind of, I think that argument kind of backfires. It's more horrifying that people believe this without any demonstrable evidence rather than sort of, yeah.
Ooh. Speaking of marginal extremists and things,
Yeah.
Native Atheist mentions the Westboro Baptist Church was protesting in Oklahoma. Of course, they announced their intention to go
Mhm.
protest a few days ago over the next Benedict situation, and rip next. But
Oh, they're
it's
awful. They're awful. Yeah.
it's good to hear that they were just outright driven off. I like that. I enjoy that.
An artifact of Judaism. This is not a problem that Christopher and I run into with evangelicals and Muslims. I mean, it is conceivable to be a Jew and be even and a serious Jew, someone who takes their Judaism very seriously, and be even less religious than you are, and to say you don't believe in God. And that is just a frank contradiction within Christianity and Islam at the moment. It was a frank contradiction, certainly at some point in Judaism, and certainly Maimonides seemed to think it was. I think we can concede, however, that there is that belief in the afterlife, or at least a profession of belief in the afterlife, gives you something to say in the most difficult moments in life to others who are losing someone or who have lost someone. It gives you something to say that an atheist doesn't have, which, if believed by the one who has just lost their child, for instance, is really consoling. I mean, there is nothing better in terms of consolation than to believe that the child you just lost is now someplace perfect, and you will be reunited.
Sam, what would you say? I mean,
yeah, that whole "they've gone to a better place" thing always pissed me off when people told it to me. Like, how the fuck do you know?
Yeah.
Aye.
Put yourself on the spot. If somebody in that moment asked you, I'm about to die, what's going to happen to me? What would you tell them?
Well, I mean, I think actually this issue of the one who dies is less. Our fear of death, at least as far as I can tell from a sample of one, is not of our own death. We all go to sleep every night and just disappear. We lose everything. I mean, deep sleep for almost everyone is synonymous with oblivion. I mean, you lose your sensory experience. You forget your life. If you never woke up, you wouldn't notice it. And this is many.
And I look forward to it. I like sleeping.
I usually enjoy sleeping too. And
yeah.
That's another fun thing about transition. I find I'm having a lot less nightmares, like virtually none. And I've been plagued by night terrors for fucking decades. So that's kind of cool.
Okay.
But
yeah,
that's entirely aside.
I've never had I mean, I have the occasional nightmare, but I generally don't have night terrors or night real bad nightmares or strings of them. I think I'm pretty well good. I've seen some fantastic movies in my dreams. Like I've had a dream where I was at the cinema watching a movie that doesn't exist, and it was fantastic. I don't remember much of it. I don't remember much of my dreams at all usually, but I remember that movie was great and I enjoyed it a lot. So yeah, free movie. It's great.
Hell yeah, it's a unique movie. You're the only one who ever got to see it.
Right. Pretty sure it was a science fiction thing. Kind of struggling to remember it now. Yeah, like I don't know. I wake up and I don't remember anything.
Yeah. I mean, that's very cool, but and it also has to do with what I was going to say about Dr. Harris's point. I
Yeah.
wonder if what he's saying about just not being there, like going into oblivion, is his own personal experience that he's generalized to everyone else, or if there's data to back that up, because I don't know. I don't experience sleep as
Well,
oblivion. I have
he said a
dreams.
sample size of one. He said a sample size of one, meaning just himself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's a problem when you overly generalize stuff to an entire population, because all you need is a single exception to show that it's not true. And
Well, I
here
mean,
you've had dreams, I've had dreams. I know other
well, yeah,
people have
but
had dreams.
yeah, I've had dreams, but also there's other times where I've just gone to sleep and woken up that it does feel like oblivion. Like it doesn't feel like I've been any kind of conscious or any kind of dreaming for that amount of time. So I can say I've experienced both. So I can't sort of refute what he said, and the whole point is that you wouldn't be aware if you stopped existing, because you wouldn't be existing to know you've stopped existing. So it's not anything you should be afraid of.
Yeah, yeah, there's a term for that, but I can't remember it off the top of my head because, much like yourself, I was up early and
Yeah,
the
yeah,
hour grows late. But yeah, that's a thing. It's the inverse of the fact that we're here to observe the universe
right.
could only be because it's possible for us to be here to observe the universe.
Hmm.
So, yeah, similar thing.
People have noticed this, perhaps most famously the Roman poet Lucretius. If death is synonymous with non-existence, there really is nothing to fear, and slipping into it may feel just as satisfying as slipping into sleep. I mean, there's just that's not what we're worried about. We're worried about the process of dying, perhaps, I mean, the process of being ill and in pain, and we're really worried about losing the people we love while we're alive, and having nothing to think that's consoling in the midst of that bereavement.
I'm really glad to have the chance to disagree with you.
Right.
The problem is
Fantastic.
Yeah. But I kind of agree. I kind of think that when you boil it down, people aren't that afraid of dying. They're afraid of the pain and suffering and of losing people. Like I'm way more afraid of my wife dying than I am of myself dying. Like way more. And she's more afraid of me dying than because I guess we're both. So we've talked about this before, and sort of the only thing that would concern me about dying would be what's going to happen to her after I die, right? Like how will she cope? How will she's obviously going to be upset and bereaved um, and we've had these frank conversations where I've sort of said if I do die, I want you to move on and find someone that loves you and you love, because that's what will happen, and that's okay. I don't mind that. It's just it worries me what she will do, but none of it is me going, oh, poor me, or it's really weird. None of it is that. None of it is, oh, but I won't exist. It will be what will people do without me that rely on me, or need me, or love me. That's what concerns me. um And, it feels like, in a way, it's kind of comforting to know that your whatever task you have on this earth or whatever you're trying to do on this earth, you won't have to do it forever, or you won't have to worship someone forever, or you won't have to do anything forever. It's nice that there is an end to the story. Maybe that's just me, but I don't know. There's something comforting about that.
After a fashion, I understand how we can perceive our self-selected purposes in life as a kind of labor, often a labor of love, but still a labor, and it would be nice to have a rest from that. But I also think about, and maybe this is just the coping mechanism I use to be able to survive long enough to reach the point where I could actually, start enjoying my life. But I always considered it like, I want to see what happens in the future. I want to experience the cool shit that's still to come.
I mean, yeah, you want to, but does it really bother you that you won't?
Not a lot.
Right.
Like, it's like when we get everybody really going in the science chats in the Discords, and everybody's learning shit from everybody else. It's exciting, it's cool to learn the new things, but if I had died the day before and never learned those things, it wouldn't be a huge disappointment because I didn't know them to know that I hadn't learned them,
Right. And it won't bother you because you're gone. Like,
Yeah.
There's no one to bother.
Yeah.
It's turning into a very morbid stream, I gotta say. It really is. So.
Well, it is about Afterlife, so it's hard to avoid the whole death thing.
And like I said, I get to blame Robin for this one. So, Robin, thank you.
All right.
But I'll just palm blame off to someone else.
Fair enough. But also, it's interesting that this debate has reached the point where the two rabbis' argumentation is so weak that Hitch and Harris have to have an argument between themselves to keep things going.
Quite other. I mean, half my sex life has been lived when I was unconscious. More than half.
What do you mean? You're talking about dreams?
And not all of that was nightmare either. Which is a thing that really does oppress and distress a lot of people, and which is as real to them as waking.
No. I wasn't talking about dreams. I was talking about deep sleep.
No, well, deep sleep. Deep sleep is where they come from, and this is why Hamlet is so well remembered, because when he speaks of the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns, and he says, I can almost do it. Who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the pangs of dearest prized love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, if he himself but his quietus make with the bare bodkin. And thinks it's because in that sleep of death, what dreams might come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil. When I speak about annihilation and extinction, I mean just that. I mean, the screen goes blank and that's it.
Right.
That's surely what makes people frightened.
Well, don't you think Lucretius had a point when he talked about...
You're not going to know you're dead, but when you're alive and you're in deep sleep, you can.
But Hamlet says the exact opposite. He says, makes us bear those ills we have rather than fly to others we know not of. In other words, over there are going to be ills too. In other words, there is an afterlife.
Okay, but you're still talking about him on afterlife.
Oh, no. Well, his father's just come back from the afterlife.
So it's clear. All right, so...
Though he still wants some evidence in the next three scenes that
But can we...
not an apparition.
Since I want to be peaceful about this,
yes.
Can we all agree that whether there's an afterlife or not, the point of life is to live in such a way that you deserve one?
It's an interesting way to phrase it. What does it mean to deserve an afterlife?
Right.
A second life? Like, do you pick up the green mushroom and you get a 1-up? Like, what?
Yeah. And by whose rules? Which religion's rules? There's a myriad of things you can do in one religion that you would deserve it in that religion, but not in the other. So is it that all religions are true and you just have to follow what your religion says? Will you, in some people I've heard say, you will get the afterlife you believe in.
Mm-hmm.
which is such a weird way. Yeah, it's so weird. So if you believe that you're going to go to an eternal paradise with, women to wait hand and foot on you, apparently that's what you get. I don't know where all these people come from. I don't know why it selects it off what you believe, but that's what they claimed. It was really weird. So how does that work exactly?
I'm also curious. People used to say that right before you die, your life flashes before your eyes. People don't really say that as much anymore, and I wonder why, because they have as much reason to not think that now as they had to think that before. I wonder
Well,
why
no,
that
we
changed.
understand why that happens now. That's probably why it's less used, because what the brain apparently does when you're in a very high stress situation is very quickly look for memories of things that may be able to get you out. Right? So you basically you analyze everything in your life trying to find an answer to how to survive, basically.
Maybe temporal compression from the very high stress state, but that's assuming it's an emergency, like imminent kind of thing. I don't know. I personally, and it's purely wishful thinking on my part, I must admit, I think it went out of favor because Sir Terry Pratchett solved it when he had his death character posit. A person asked the death character, "What happened to my life flashing before my eyes before you showed up?" And the death character says, "Yes, that happened. That was your
Spoke.
life. Your
Yeah.
life went before your eyes. That was you
Mhm.
living." I don't know. It seems like after that was written, people stopped saying that. Who's to say?
Well, that would be true if there was no God.
I did my best. I did my best. I
No,
can't.
which I've already postulated. There could be no God and an afterlife, or an afterlife and no God. If there is a dictator who distributes reward and punishment, then you can never be sure if you're doing a right action or an action born out of fear. Okay. Or the hope of reward. So no, it's an incitement in a way to immorality. Anyway, certainly to servility, which is not a moral position to be occupied. No.
I think
It's a fair point. If you're trying to serve a god, then you're not doing a thing because it's right. You're doing a thing because of the
God
authority,
says so.
because you're licking the boots.
Yep.
So it's effectively impossible to be a moral person and a religious person. You can do what everyone would agree is moral, but you're not doing it for the reason of morality.
Yeah, you can kind of be ethical, but you can't be moral.
Fascinating concept.
I'm talking slightly cross purposes here. I'm talking about unconsciousness, just the absolute cessation of any kind of experience. If the prototypical atheist is right, and you just get a dial tone at death, that is what people claim to fear. But as Lucretius pointed out, that is analogous to the time before your birth. You no more suffered. You'll no more suffer the eternity after your death, and you'll suffer the time before your birth. And there was a time where we're sitting was populated entirely by, I think, Chumash Indians. None of us were here. Okay, now what was that like? Not for the Chumash, for us.
I will say,
Yeah, as a lot of people say. First of all, praise the weasel, who
Praise
has
the weasel.
finally graced us with his presence. But yeah, as a lot of people say, why would you be afraid of death? It's exactly like what it was like before you were born, and you didn't have anything particular to fear from that. So what's the big deal? But speaking of the weasel, I'm gonna end the poll because it's been up for a while now, and who is to blame? Tapioca Weasel, 69%. Nice.
I just want to let you know, Vandy, I actually voted for myself, so I kind of I don't know who the other person that voted for me was. I highly suspect it's Robin.
Yes, and Robin only got 10%. Mark got 20%. And with 10 votes, Tapioca Weasel got 69%.
69%. Nice.
It is nice, but I'm not sure how the fuck that happens with 10 votes. Like there's a 1%
Yeah,
missing
where's the other
somewhere.
1%?
Oh, YouTube
Yeah,
is an adventure.
yeah.
I was a princess. I was a princess centurion.
Go ahead, Christopher.
On this question of your rabbinical authority, I'd also like to concede, because I would say that someone who says there's no afterlife has said they're not a Christian or a Muslim. And I have found it harder to make that sort of blanket remark about Judaism, even with Rambam's stipulation. It's not an optional thing. It's one of the things, it's a mandatory belief. And even with your concession that when you were directly asked, you expect to see your grandmother again, and you did what very few Jews will do and say, well, she's only metaphorical. I was once asked by the Spertus Institute in Chicago, which is the Jewish university, to talk on the question, do Jews have a gene for atheism? And I speculated that the majority of Jews seem to be yes. I mean, Jews do not make the mistake of saying the Messiah has already come, the crass mistake of saying that. Rambam himself says he will come, but he may tarry. No other religion does this. What's the name for a heretic in Hebrew? Epicurean. They teach people all the pitfalls of Greek philosophy and Hellenism, inviting them to discover the joys of saying. And ever since Spinoza, it seems to me that the Jewish people who probably ought to be doing this because it was their fault to invent monotheism in the first place, have become the first to transcend it. It can't be coincidence, can it? Just like people say it can't be coincidence so many Jews win the Nobel Prize. I'm serious. Spinoza, Marx, Freud, Einstein, it goes on. And it does seem to be latent in the Jewish demand to ask questions.
Yes.
Did Freud win a Nobel Prize? I don't think he did. I don't know. Random, probably not relevant. It just stuck out to me.
Nominated for a Nobel 13 times. 98 when. No, he did not win a Nobel Prize, but he was nominated 13 times, which is a fair amount.
That is a lot, yeah. That's very fascinating. It looks like he was nominated for every year between when the prize was enacted and his death. And of course you can't win posthumously, which is why Hubble never won one.
Yep. It seems like the best way to win a Nobel Prize is simply to survive, like along with your research, basically, because there's a fair few people who absolutely deserve the Nobel, but they died.
Indeed. And also, while we're in Women's History Month, I will point out once again that Marie Curie was the first person to win 2 Nobel Prizes in different fields. And
she's the only person.
So far. And probably would have won more, except for the fact that you have to be alive to win a Nobel Prize. And sadly, she martyred herself for science, at least as much as any so-called apostle.
No, she's the only person ever to win a Nobel Prize in 2 different categories. Other people have won them in the same category, but not in 2 different categories. The categories she won them in were chemistry and physics. 2 different categories. So amazing woman, amazing.
One of my absolute favorites, her and Rosalind Franklin, and Hypatia, the librarian of. I could do a whole stream on amazing women in history that no one fucking talks about.
Ada Lovelace. Like the programmers, any programmer worth of salt will know of Ada Lovelace. She invented the algorithm.
We should call it the Ada rhythm. Screw that L guy. Robin, first of all, thank you. Second, you just saw me. Did you not notice what channel you're on? I know I'm hiding in the corner over here, but come on.
No, she was probably just listening. Don't forget she's usually driving at this time.
I know, I'm teasing. I do the same thing on everybody else's shows. When they're during the day here on the East Coast, I'll put them on. I'll say hello. Try to
I don't
get
see you
through
coming
the
into
various
my
highs,
chat.
and
I don't see
yeah.
you coming into my chat and calling me cute. You don't do the same thing as Robin.
That may be true.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I did come into your chat last night before I passed out. I said hello and things, but I don't. You may be right. I don't think I called you cute.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm good with it. I'm just saying you don't do what Robin does. Robin's you are small. Okay. Yes, we look very small. Yes, we're just in the corner.
That's right.
Who's another amazing women? What's her name? Oh God, I've had a mental blank.
Eddie Lamar.
Yeah. I was thinking more recently the Prime Minister of New Zealand, who is God. Why can't I remember her name?
She must be a recent one.
Jacinta Ardern. Yeah. Jacinta Ardern. Amazing woman. Amazing. She got them through the recent medical thing. She got them through mass shooting in Wellington. She was a mother, had birth while in office. Her husband took care of the baby while she carried on state affairs. Stephen Colbert did an amazing interview with her when she picked him up from the airport. The Prime Minister of the country picked him up in her car.
That's fantastic.
Amazing person. Oh, Eleanor Roosevelt, absolutely. Jane Goodall, absolutely Jane Goodall.
Wikipedia is an interesting.
And Maya Atkinson and Robin Webster are pretty fucking fantastic themselves.
Oh, and Bree. Let us not forget our Bumblebee. Yeah, we know a lot of fucking awesome women.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I had a conversation with Shannon Q on the line when Maya was on there. Just amazing, amazing women, on the line. Incredible minds. Just awesome.
Yeah, it would be a great loss to humanity if the religious fundamentalists ever got their way and silenced all those voices again.
Yeah. And I want to point out, like, 5 guys on the stage, just want to point that out. We need more women having these conversations and giving their views. And that's hard considering how they're treated by some of the people in that area. And we've got to push back on that. The cis men like me have to stand up and say, hey, you have to listen to what they've got to say, because their opinion is just as relevant as yours is. They're an equal stakeholder in this world, and they're just as capable as anybody else.
Yeah. It's somewhat understandable that I can't justify the moderator, but of course they wanted Hitchens and Harris because they're the big names that would draw in the crowd. And their oppositions needed to be rabbis, so of course wound up being very pale-skinned, male-looking figures. Nature of the event, I suppose. But yeah, situations like this could be set up better. I'm thinking about possible future debates, but I'll save that for another time.
So I'm very happy. It's much more of a pleasure to debate.
Maurice Samuel, who is a Jewish writer and thinker, said that the reason that the Jews continue to exist is that they refused to quit this world until they figured out what it was about.
Yes. And Leo Strauss says, very seriously, he said the purpose of the Jews is to show there's no such thing as redemption.
The challenge here is, again...
The pathetic Christian illusions are not worth entertaining.
You're invoking, I think, a name that for me suggests something very different. Spinoza called himself God intoxicated. And it is true that the God with whom he was intoxicated was very different than the literal God of the Bible, although he read the Bible as a political tract that had great relevance for his own time. He used it as a call for freedoms that his own community couldn't see or couldn't understand, and he had a notion of an afterlife. Again, very different than the kind of literalist read that I've heard of, but there is a tradition that goes back to the Talmud as well of rejecting that kind of literalism. Look, the whole rabbinic way of doing midrash, of reading biblical stories against the grain and filling in silences or creating extra, it wouldn't make sense if fundamentalism was the Jewish norm. And I also want to here stand up for the Buddhist traditions, which also talk about an afterlife, but in ways that some Western monotheists would find profoundly disconcerting. But there's a much broader notion, and I think it gets back to what Rabbi Wolpe said, that the notion that there is a meaning which we are capable of discovering, and that it's larger than, although embedded in our cultures, and that we have the capacity to live our lives in harmony with that. Look, for me, that comes in part out of evolution. Our brains have been 14 billion years in the development. Why would we not also trust the intuitions that we live in a universe that's moving towards greater complexity and greater relationship and greater connection?
Oh, no. You don't understand evolution. Evolution can throw up things that are not good for you. Like intuitions are not the best way. The intuitions are for fast reactions. They're not for determining what's true and not true. Yeah, so that's a total misstep. You've just pointed out. I mean, there's a lot of things, evolutionarily speaking, that sort of come up that aren't good for us. Like they're just not. We have a propensity towards anger that is evolved. We have a propensity towards fear and suspicion and paranoia and pareidolia and all of these things. They might not necessarily fit into a modern context. They're kind of things we have to adapt, not things that we should try and preserve.
Yeah, and then there's all the things that evolution has totally dropped the ball on, like, photosynthesis, for example. We have to constantly hunt and gather and kill and so forth because we're incapable of making our own food. Maybe there's a better evolutionary advantage this way because we are mobile, unlike our plant friends who are usually, but not always, rooted in place. And we've developed tool use, language, all kinds of interesting things. But of course, evolution didn't know that when it made the decision to jettison the frickin' chloroplasts. So, I feel like that was probably a mistake.
Probably. And I might point out that sort of sexual selection has done some really dumb crap over the years. I mean, like the peacock's feathers that, make it really tough for them to fly or get around it all. Or those boars whose horns curve back into their head and can sometimes puncture their own brain. Like, it's sexual selection that has selected for those things. It's not this. They're not good ideas. It's not because evolution threw them up. They have to be good. No, they're dumb. They're really dumb.
Yeah, it does help with the case against intelligent design, though. So there's that. Like, who designed that? I don't think anybody designed that.
Yeah. I mean, look at the tape here.
Yes. Let's look at the tape here. Yeah. Behold the majestic tape here.
Behold the majestic tapir in all its glory.
We haven't invoked the tapir in a while. It's been a minute. That's one of the emojis.
So evolution threw up a creature that can step on its own cock. That's essentially where we're at with evolution. Like, seriously, it doesn't always do the best thing for those species. It does whatever allows them to survive. Surviving is not the same as doing, helping them in some way.
Oh, I broke it again.
No.
The intuitions that we live in a universe that's moving towards greater complexity and greater relationship and greater connection.
Thanks.
It's basically Facebook is what we're talking about here. So.
Is there an afterlife on Facebook?
Right.
We have to wrap up, but I had I actually just had one small question, which is, Christopher, how are you feeling?
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for asking. Well, I'm dying, but so are you. And it gives me the chance, thank you again, to repair what would otherwise have been an ungenerous omission when I was talking about the hateful attitude of so many religious people to sick people. I have had, very involved in my care, a great American, Francis Collins, who's the head of the National Institutes of Health, and who's helped me sequence my genome amazingly, and possibly find a cure for an individualized mutation from which I suffer. Francis is one of the most devout believers I've ever met. In fact, I'm lucky to be his friend because of the religion debate. He's a very sincere and devout Christian, and all he does is say he won't pray for me. And all he does is say he's never seen in his entire medical career anything that he would describe as a miracle cure. And on that, we have one of the nicest armed truces it's ever been my pleasure to observe.
Thank you. That just proves debates like this could be life-saving.
But the short answer is it's a bit early to say. But who can't say that? No one's ever more than a breath away from the end. And we're born into a losing struggle, and we all knew that, or we should, from the beginning. It's just that I have to think about it a bit more. Anyway, thank you so much for coming. I think I can say that for all of us.
Yes.
All right, that's the end of the recording. It's a weird place for it to cut, but that's where it cuts.
It's definitely interesting. I mean, I probably cut it off when it was just the applause and stuff at the end kind of thing. I usually will cut out as much as I can feel like won't take away from the debate. I liked it. I thought it was an interesting conversation. I felt like, I mean, and I said this up front, you have this kind of interesting thing with rabbis and Jewish people in general, that they sort of will talk in this very vague terms and this very kind of, well, we kind of don't know, and sort of, you know, I find it very odd that they make these claims, but they won't sort of stand by them in any sense of the word. And I mean, it's not a problem. It's just, it's as Hitchens said, it's kind of refreshing when you deal with fundamentalists instead, who insist, you know, that there was a global flood, no questions. You know, it's more interesting a conversation, to be honest with you. I felt their arguments were really weak. I felt like their reasons for believing seemed irrational. Like they will go to these arguments about why there could be because it makes me feel good and it makes me enjoy my life, and it, pragmatic reasons kind of thing, or otherwise known as sort of arguments, appeals to consequence kind of thing. Like, because if there is no afterlife, I would be sad. That's not a reason. And when called out on it, they're like, well, that's not the reason. Then give us the reason. Because they didn't get to that. It's sort of a more, well, we can't really tell. I have people, NDEs, things that just are not very good reasons. I felt it was really lacking that every time they were challenged, they went, well, that's not the only reason. And it's like, well, none of them seem strong at all.
Yeah, not really a very coherent argument presented at any point. The closest they got was NDEs, and even then, there was so much hedging, I thought they might be gardeners instead of rabbis.
Gardeners instead of rabbis? Hedging, gotcha. Okay, that took a while for my tired brain to process. Okay.
It's all right. I would I was tempted to just go with the crickets, but I'm like, maybe the rim shot will make it clear that was supposed to be a joke.
Very good. I do like puns. I do like puns. I really do. Everyone likes a good pun. Yeah. Absolutely,
especially us nerdy folks. It's a good time. But I mean, it was a nice conversation. It just, I don't know. There wasn't a lot of meat on the theist side, so there wasn't a lot. Although Sam Harris did definitely take a couple of bites, but there wasn't a lot to sink their teeth into.
Well, I mean, Sam Harris, nothing kind of passed by him of what they were saying, and to bring up sort of brain interactions to a neurologist. That was such a dumb move because he just tore them down. Like, we have this intimate knowledge of neurology. You're claiming there's something else. Well, that's fine, but why believe that? You don't have anything to point to believe that. Like, what a silly move. I can't imagine why you would do that. Because he didn't bring up brain neurology. They did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one of the things about that I noticed that's different in general between the two sides is people like Sam Harris and Krauss and all the science related atheistic communicators, with the exception of the ones who've kind of abandoned the humanist ship.
Yeah.
Dawkins. They will tend not to bring up their field of expertise because it seems like it's unfair to beat somebody over the head with something they can't possibly defend against.
Mm-hmm.
But on
Yeah.
the theist side, they will bring up everything they're not experts in.
Yeah, yeah. And
I mean, I'm broad brushing, of
yeah,
course, but it seems
sure.
like a trend.
And I don't see a lot of the anecdotes from the Hitchens and Sam Harris. They seem to be going into stories, and this is what happens in Jewish tradition, kind of thing. And as they sort of pointed out, and sort of a great number of very obvious fallacies, sort of even the, a lot of people have this experience and believe it's significant in their life. Well, a lot of people, and they caught it. Like, a lot of people believe in probing from aliens and think it's significant in their life. That doesn't make it true automatically because they believe there is significance. Nice. I got to learn how to do that kind of stuff. Wow. Okay. No, I'm just being invaded now. So it's
Say hello
believing
to my little
something
green
has.
friends.
Well, we have to have some other criteria than a belief that something is significant being an example of that being true. There's got to be some other criteria. And if you're saying, okay, well, science can't investigate it, give us a way to reliably investigate your claim. And without a way to reliably investigate your claim, we really shouldn't believe it.
Yeah, at least without something to back it up. Like, I don't know. It's this whole concept that testimony is every bit as good. In fact, J. Warner Wallace gets into trouble for this all the damn time by saying that eyewitness testimony is the most reliable form of evidence.
No.
It's better than fingerprints. It's better than DNA. Like, where did you go to detective school, my dude?
Like, police would rather forensic evidence any day of the week because forensic evidence is so much more reliable, and it's not 100% reliable, but eyewitness testimony is so unreliable and can sort of be picked apart in court. DNA evidence is way better.
It's amazing to me that we still even allow eyewitness testimony because it's been shown to be so unreliable in court so many times. It's one step better than spectral evidence. You may as well get Madame Zelda on the stand to read the tea leaves and tell you who committed the crime, as good as eyewitness testimony is.
Well, I mean, it is a bit better than that. But number one, it's completely contingent on the reliability of the eyewitness. And so if you have someone on the stand, excuse me, who was in some kind of altered state, like drunk or drugged or something, they're not reliable. They're automatically not reliable. That's why, lawyers will try to point out that witness was drunk. They could have been mistaken. Their judgment was impaired. If you have somebody who's currently dying, their eyewitness testimony has got to be unreliable. It's got to be. And I might add that the eyewitness testimony conflicts with all the other eyewitness testimony out there. People see different stuff when they go through an NDE. So it can't be reliable because they're in conflict. Just as in a court, if two people say they saw different people commit the crime, it becomes unreliable.
Yeah, there was I wish I could remember the names, but I'm bad with names. But there was a lawyer who ran an eyewitness for a burglary, I believe, through a series of questions, and during the series of questions, had his assistant at the table switch out with a different assistant, and then ask the eyewitness to identify the culprit or whatever, and she pointed to the assistant who was different from the assistant who'd been there before, and yeah, that's the person. Nope, he wasn't in the courtroom before. The jury saw them change, but you were distracted. Just yeah, even a thing that happened literally right in front of her.
Right.
Yeah,
and magicians rely on this all the time. Like, misdirection is just simply attracting your focus, and people don't see stuff. They miss it completely, or they see what somebody wants them to see. Like, it's our senses are really unreliable when compared to the measuring tools that I mean, there is no scenario in which eyeballing something is going to be more accurate than using a ruler. It's just not going to happen. Our senses are pretty inaccurate. I won't say unreliable, why I had to get a tape measure. Inaccurate. Right.
Because I can eyeball my dimensions, but then I end up buying things that just don't freaking fit.
Yeah. And so, the whole idea that eyewitness accounts are the most reliable is absolute hogwash. It's only because, and the eyewitness account isn't going to be Muhammad's that he wants to rely on here. It's going to be the apostles kind of thing. That's the eyewitnesses, and the 500 random people that are unnamed. That's the eyewitnesses that are reliable. When it comes to Muhammad, then he gets a little less reliable. And all of these people that have seen Bigfoot or seen aliens or seen the chupacabra or whatever, suddenly their eyewitness testimony gets real unreliable, but you can still count on the apostles. It's intellectual inconsistency. It's sort of saying, hey, I'm going to make a special exception for these people because I wish them to be right. That's all it is.
Yeah, I agree with their conclusions, so now they're reliable. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
We must trust them in all things. And when we all know, the viewers should trust us in all things. What was it Aristotle said? You must never take an expert's word for anything that you can't verify yourself. Even Aristotle. Something like that.
Yeah. And there were some great empiricists back in classical Greek times. That's what annoys me when people are like, oh, well, Christianity gave us science and stuff. It's like there were sort of natural philosophers back in ancient Greek times.
Yeah, I mean, humans, the fact that we had the technology to create ancient Greece shows there have been scientists all along. Like the ability to name things, the ability to discover how things work, even if we didn't have the terms to call it science, discovering that one piece of stone worked better than a different piece of stone as an improvised tool, and attaching those stones to sticks to make axes and shovels, and fire, and all the things humans have done. It's all science. It's all experimentation, observation, and seeing what we can repeat.
Well, what about Eratosthenes, who found out the Earth was a globe back in ancient Greek days? Pretty sure Christians weren't around to tell him what to do.
But it's only because of the Bible that he knew that, which hadn't been written yet. But it's such a weird situation too, because like even Frank Turek, the most dishonest of all apologists, admits this.
Oh, that's a bold claim. That's a bold claim.
It's a big claim.
It is a bold claim. I know some pretty dishonest apologists.
It's potentially verifiable though. But anyway, he concedes that Christianity, people say, well, the Bible is the source of Christianity because it's the source of truth. But even Frank concedes that Christianity existed before the New Testament because it was the Christians who wrote down the New Testament.
But Christians didn't exist until Christ.
Right. But then Christ had to die, and then the stories were circulated orally, and then they started writing them down. You had to have the Christians before you got the New Testament.
Right. Yeah, okay. I will concede that. I don't, yeah.
Therefore, the Bible cannot be the source of truth about Jesus, because people were already believing Jesus before there was the New Testament.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. I agree with that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's just
stuff.
weird to hear Frank Turek say that. It doesn't sound like something he would say. Just saying. It doesn't sound like Turek to me.
Stop the clock twice a day. Or maybe it was just a random burst of honesty to make people think that maybe anything he says can be trusted.
Just two neurons got wired wrong, and he suddenly had this burst of rationality he couldn't access before. It's incredible. It's a goddamn miracle, is what it is.
Oh, hey. It may be the very first verifiable miracle in recorded history, because
the miracle of rational Turek.
Yeah, there's simply no rational explanation for that. Or what's the criteria for a miracle? That the miraculous thing is that any other explanation is more improbable than the miracle. That's the only reason ever think it's a miracle. I think that may qualify.
Yeah, probably. Probably. I think different. I think the Catholic Church has criteria, and I think they have different criteria, to be honest with you. I know the Catholic Church, they'll declare just about anything a miracle, to be honest with you. They're pretty terrible.
Yeah, especially if you pay them enough.
Yeah, yeah.
They're all about the denaries.
Well, that was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. That was good. It was a good debate, or a good discussion. Hinging on, I mean, they did sort of debate at times. I think it would fall under a debate, but it was a vigorous discussion, I guess. Everyone likes a vigorous discussion.
Yeah. It kind of reminded me a little bit of some of Shannon Q's debates, where they weren't really debates, but more discussions.
Yeah,
you can often get to some interesting topics and dip in a little more deeply if you're asking why and how, instead of just saying you're wrong and here's why.
Yeah.
So
yeah, absolutely.
It's pretty neat. That was a good suggestion, Robin. Even though it took us 2 parts to do it. And
absolutely.
Speaking of parts, we're back on your channel next week. But
Correct.
What else have you got coming up?
I should have tomorrow night, 8 p.m. I will be on Modern Day Debate, having a debate against Hussein on which is better, Islamic ethics or secular humanist ethics, which should be a lot of fun for me. Not sure how fun it'll be for him, but it should be an interesting discussion. Hopefully he won't try and strawman what secular humanism is, but I don't hold out much hope. So there'll probably be a lot of correcting, a lot of, hey, how does that make that secular humanism? But it should be interesting. Aside from that, I have an Evolution Super Show on my Reverse Room Rumble coming up on, what's that, Tuesday night? If you want to join that one, I would love to have you on. I know that Atheist Junior is probably going to join me, and I got to get up a slot that in kind of thing.
Yeah, good deal. I'll, as always, I'll try to swing by depending on when I
sure.
go to bed to get up for work and all that stuff. these early starts at work. Again, my job is great. It's the best trucking job I've had, and it's opened up so many opportunities for me. But these early starts, my goodness.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible. But that's what's going on then. And then Thursday night Eastern time, I've got my Friday thing because I just like to confuse my chat. Don't worry, they deserve it. They deserve it. They make me watch all kinds of horrible things. They absolutely deserve it. You know who you are. Um, so I'm doing fundamentalist fails on Friday. Well, I'll get another video. I kind of feel like picking on Ken Ham. I was picking on Ken Ham last Friday, but I kind of feel like picking on him some more because quite frankly, he deserves it. He's terrible. So maybe I'll see what I can find, and then we'll be back on my channel for another debate review under the debate dissection, because I'm autistic and love alliteration. I don't know. It just appeals to me. I just like it. I can't explain why. Just like
it's fun. Language can be an adventure.
yeah. What was it? I think. What was it? I think in Donnie Darko they said the most beautiful word in the English language was cellar door. I kind of agree.
As in like cellar door?
Yeah, cellar door.
Hmm.
It's quite nice when you think about it.
I don't know. I think the most, maybe it's just my tired pun brain, but I think the most beautiful word in the English language is beautiful because it's the most beautiful word.
I don't think so. I don't think it has like it doesn't roll off the tongue. Beautiful. It's not right there for me. I think cellar door is absolutely gorgeous.
No, I was just being like silly about it because law of identity. It is the thing that it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah. Such is life. All right.
Yeah, but you get those paradoxes that
Ooh, I do love paradoxes.
Uncomplicated kind of thing is actually quite a complicated word, and and then you get those ones that like lisp, and it's just like, wow, that's just cruel,
Mm-hmm.
And stutter, they started with an ST, which is hard for people with stutters, but say.
Yeah, and the fact that phonetically is not spelled phonetically.
Right, exactly. So the fact that beautiful is ugly would be right up there along what English does, which is,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, whoever did it has a sense of humor, quite frankly. But anyway, we're off on a tangent again. It's going to happen.
Shock.
What are you up to? Tell me what you're up to. I got to know.
Well, there's a lot up in the air. I'm trying to produce additional videos. Not to worry though. There's an inventory going clear into May. At least one a week. I'm still trying to do random live streams when the opportunity presents itself. But there's so little time and there's so much going on. I mean, the whole transition thing takes a fuck ton of work. But it's good though. It's life is nicer now. But yeah, tomorrow we've got a premiere. I think it's a premiere. I think I set it up as a premiere. I don't freaking know. I don't have the right screen open for it. But it will take you over to, it'll be fun, and then it will take you over to Bad Science Sunday on Maya's. And then there's the debate review next weekend. That's all that's for sure. But yeah, there may be random live streams. I may pop in on the occasional live stream. I may drop in on Beck's show tomorrow. I may drop in on Doc Dino's Creation Science Theater stream. Happens from time to time. I may drop in on Mark's stream, depending on how timing works. I may drop in on Purple Rhymes with Orange's Mid-America Chats on Wednesday. I know something else happens on Thursday. There's also Slim Cyborg streams that I may randomly pop in on. There's a bunch of places
Oh,
I may
Maya
show up.
also does Bad Science Sunday as well tomorrow, which I'm unfortunately going to have to miss, but that's on tomorrow night, I think. Isn't that tomorrow night?
Yes, 9:30 Eastern.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because your debate is at 8, but by
Yeah.
9:30 you'll probably still be in super chats for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm running an after show for it, so I can't make it. I might drop into the chat and sort of drop a like on it just to be cheeky. Just give Maya and the Weasel a hard time.
Oh, absolutely. You gotta.
You gotta. Yeah, but that's not a usual thing. I'm not taking their spot or anything. It's just a once-off thing. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, absolutely. Look, I voted to blame Mark, quite frankly. So, you're in good company there. So, yeah.
Yeah. As long as we all acknowledge that I am completely blameless.
Yeah. Well, your name wasn't even on the poll, quite frankly. So, you're absolutely. Yeah. You're no blame there. Oh, and I also do have a gaming channel that is starting up. Called Beast of the Mark, and we're playing Baldur's Gate.
Ah, yes, with that hooligan fellow.
That hooligan, the Canadian hooligan. Very fun. Very, very fun.
All right. So yeah, good times for everybody, and hopefully the week ahead stays interesting, fantastic, and try not to let the impending Irish genocide holiday get you down, because there's a lot of cool things about Ireland that have nothing to do with a random Englishman coming over and wiping out the pagans. Yeah, the Irish are wonderful people, and we're just cool that way. Potatoes for everyone.
Yay!
Which, incidentally, are from Peru, not Ireland, but I won't tell if you don't. Even though I just did. Never mind. I'm tired, obviously. I'm just... Weird things are coming out of my mouth. So.
You and me both, darling. You and me both. We're barely hanging on. It's okay. We'll get through it together.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Thanks, everybody, for coming. Thanks, future people. Remember, like, subscribe, join memberships, join the Patreon, do all the things. Share the video. You know how all this stuff works. And I will leave you with the credits and the traditional admonition that you don't have to pretend that a bunch of fourth-hand stories that all contradict each other somehow prove an absolute truth, because you are better than religion. Good night.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire.